Okay. Thanks, everybody, and good evening. And may the 4th be with you. Welcome to the City Council regular meeting this Monday evening, May 4th. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. City Clerk, can you please call roll?
With pleasure, Mayor Lorraine. Councilmember Diaz-Nash.
Here.
Councilmember Svirko-Gaditsky.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Fernandez.
Here.
Mayor Lorraine.
Here.
And Councilmember Newsom.
Here.
Thank you and welcome. We're excited to be here in person with options for those who choose not to be in person to still participate virtually. Thank you for your cooperation and for helping us maintain an efficient and accessible meeting environment. There are several ways to participate tonight. For those attending in person, if you wish to give public comment on any items, you may complete a yellow request to speak slip and hand it to our city clerk. He's waving one as a sample there. If you are participating remotely with us, you may use the raise your hand feature in Zoom, and you can be called on at the appropriate times. If you're calling in by phone, you can press *9 to raise your hand. And when you are called upon, you may press *6 to unmute. These options for public comment will remain available until I close public comment sections for each specific item in our agenda tonight. For members of the public who may be watching us on YouTube, if you wish to provide live public comment, unfortunately, we do not have that feature available through YouTube at this time. You'll want to join us via the Zoom webinar using the access information listed in our agenda, which is available on our website, cityofsanmateo.org. Thank you. And we're going to begin tonight with a number of ceremonial items. The first of which is National Police Week. And we have a proclamation that I will start off by reading, and then we have our Chief of Police, Ed Barberini, who may have a few words as well. Whereas the Congress and President of the United States have designated May 15th as Peace Officers Memorial Day, and the week in which May 15th falls as National Police Week. And whereas the members of the San Mateo Police Department play an essential role in safeguarding the rights and freedoms of the residents of our community. And whereas it is important that all citizens know and understand the duties, responsibilities, hazards, and sacrifices of their police department. And that members of our police department recognize their duty to serve the people by safeguarding life and property, by protecting them against violence or disorder, and by protecting the innocent against deception and the weak against oppression. And whereas the men and women of the San Mateo Police Department unceasingly provide a vital public service. Now, therefore, I, Adam Lorraine, Mayor of the City of San Mateo, and on behalf of our City Council, do hereby call upon citizens of San Mateo and upon all patriotic, civic, and educational organizations to observe the week of May 10th through 16th, 2026 as National Police Week, and call upon all of us to join in commemorating law enforcement officers, past and present, who, by their faithful and loyal devotion to their responsibilities, have rendered a dedicated service to their communities, and in doing so have established themselves an enviable and enduring reputation for preserving the rights and security of all citizens. I further acknowledge that Friday, May 15th, 2026 is Peace Officers Memorial Day, and call upon all citizens of the City of San Mateo to honor those law enforcement officers who, through their courageous deeds, have made the ultimate sacrifice in service to their community or have become disabled in the performance of their duty. And let us recognize and pay respect to the survivors of our fallen heroes. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. On behalf of the men and women of the San Mateo Police Department, I want to thank you for this proclamation recognizing National Police Week. It is deeply meaningful to our entire organization and to the families who support the work that we do. Every day, our staff, both sworn and professional, show up with a commitment to serve this community with integrity, compassion, and professionalism. Whether it's responding to emergencies, solving complex investigations, supporting victims, or working behind the scenes to keep operations running smoothly, their dedication often goes unseen, but never unappreciated. Police Week gives us a moment to pause and recognize the incredible work they do day in and day out. National Police Week is also a time of reflection. On May 15th, Peace Officer Memorial Day, we honor those who gave their lives in the line of duty. Here in San Mateo, we remember Police Officer Stephen Clark and Sergeant Gordon Joinville, who made the ultimate sacrifice in service to this city. Their courage and commitment will never be forgotten, and their legacy continues to inspire all of us. We also recognize the families of our officers and staff who share in the sacrifice that comes with this profession. Their support is essential to our ability to serve. I'm incredibly proud of this department and grateful for the continued partnership and support we have with our community. Thank you again. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Glenn, would you like to come up here for a photo?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I present this to you.
Thanks. Point out everybody.
Excuse me.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. This leads us to our next ceremonial item of the night. A 4.0 grade recognition for San Mateo, Aragon, and Junipero Serra high schools. We're going to start with San Mateo High School tonight with Principal Yvonne Hsu here with us and with a number of academic all-stars. I will come down to be with the principal and we'll name those who are with us and a number who may not have been able to join us in person today, but we look forward to recognizing dozens of young folks who have achieved quite a bit in their academic careers at our local high schools.
Good evening, Mayor Lorraine and members of City Council. It's a privilege and an honor to be with you tonight to celebrate the valedictorians of the City of San Mateo. My name is Yvonne Hsu, the principal at San Mateo High School, and I am proud to introduce to you 17 of our 19 valedictorians of the class of 2026. This group of 19 took 198 AP exams over the 4 years at San Mateo and still managed to earn all A's. Many of our valedictorians volunteered as peer tutors on campus in the subjects in which they excelled and dedicated themselves to their communities or library tutoring. 75% of them volunteered in their community, ranging from serving on their city's Youth Council Commission to campaigning for a congressional candidate, and from volunteering at Samaritan House to Mills Peninsula Hospital. Among our valedictorians, we have students who have served as coaches, camp counselors, and freshman ambassadors. While they were maintaining all A's, they were also involved in arts, activities, and athletics, both on and off campus. Students were in student government, leadership, on the math team, robotics, mock trial, music, athletics, dance, drama, and journalism. I don't know how they managed all of that in 24 hours and still managed to sleep. We are so proud of their accomplishments, and our future looks bright when we have young people doing community service, mentoring other young people, and supporting their schools and local agencies. All their hard work has paid off. We will still have Bearcats across the country. Some are staying local, Skyline, Stanford, UC Berkeley. Others are leaving the area, but staying in California, UCLA, Harvey Mudd, UC San Diego. And others are heading east, BYU, Georgetown, Georgia Tech, Cornell. Congratulations, Bearcats, and it's my honor to introduce the 17 that are here tonight. Sasha Bongara, Vanshika Garg, Grace Wong, Iris Wong, Clara Kim, Allison Lee, Ellie Lib, Peter Lindeman, Galen Liu, Christian Louie, Joshua Melamud, Juha Park, Ella Roslansky, Vivian Shi, Emma White, and Madeline Yang. And those that couldn't be here tonight, actually, are James Su, Lena Suhu, and Alan Su. Thank you. Are they coming up to take photos? Yeah. Hi, nice to meet you.
Indeed. Thank you for being
Can I take a group picture? So if you guys
Yep.
want to come all the way over here.
You can be in the middle of
Yeah.
greatness.
Some people can be on the side.
Yes.
How wide do they need to be, or?
I think the closer we can get in this side, there we are. We can fill out this section.
Hi.
Be a little
you.
more.
Ooh, uh-oh.
Okay.
Is everybody in? Somebody can come in here.
Go Bearcats!
1, 2, 3.
Go Bearcats!
Congratulations.
All right.
Parents!
You want to go out? Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Principal.
thank
Very
you.
smooth. Do you happen to have? Thank you. And now we have Aragon High School with Principal Dr. Michael Jones. So let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and citizens of San Mateo. It is my privilege to stand before you once again tonight in recognition of such a remarkable group of young leaders from the Aragon community. As you know, it is no small feat maintaining this level of academic excellence while navigating the complexities of high school. Our scholars have shown that they are not only capable of meeting high standards, but of setting them for themselves. Congratulations to all families and honorees, and let's begin the recognition of our 4.0 dons. Ashley Alvarez. Madison Britt. Yuri Baichkov. Anjali Dot. Gavin Epstein. Aaron Finn. Maria Gevorgian. Nia Gulyachev. Charlotte Graham. Matthew Hagedorn. Charles Harger. Harrison Shu. Chinray Kong. Eden Kwan. Emerson Makata. A do-over, Emerson Makuta. Sydney Miller. Cameron Nye. Luke Novak. Dahlia Seelig. Kabir Sulor. Anson Yu. Caitlin Z. Charles Jung. Thank you. Should we recognize the others? Yes. Please feel free. I'd like to also recognize those scholars who were not able to make it this evening. Victoria Chin. Phoebe Harger. Ethan Wah. Midori Saito. Evan Westheimer. Gemma Albertson. Ashley Caballero. Sylvia Demule. Samantha Green. Ayushi Kothari. Annalise Krause. Alvin Lee. Oliver Levitt. Hannah Lin. Young Hao Lu. Max Mendel. Tyler Nichols. Hannah Quintana. Mylin Rife. Aiden Schneider. Evie Stern. And Adam Wu. Thank you.
Try to make space where you can.
Thank
Thank you.
sir, and welcome.
Appreciate
A pleasure
it.
to
Thank
meet
you so much.
Yes.
Open your certificates up.
And we're gonna say, go Dons on 3. Ready? I'm the Don. 1, 2, 3, go Dons!
Congratulations on parents as well.
Just a couple more.
Just pretend you're at the Academy Award.
30 more.
Met Gala.
That's right, it's the Met
It's the
Gala.
Met Gala tonight.
All right. Congratulations, everyone.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate it. Take care. Thank you.
Thank you, and we're also graced by the presence of graduates 4.0 recipients from Serra High School and Principal Charles McGrath.
Hello, everybody. I want to bring greetings on behalf of Mr. Michael Fideli.
Just one moment.
Okay.
Okay, you're good to go.
Thank you. I want to bring greetings as well on behalf of our school president, Mr. Mike Fideli, who could not be here with us tonight. Hello, everybody. To our neighbors, we live up the street from you at Serra High School, so it's good to put faces and names together as we introduce our students for the class of 2026 who have completed 4 rigorous years of study at Serra High School. Our graduation learning outcomes focus on faith, wisdom, service, community, and leadership. And through our Mission and Brotherhood program, talk about respect, and integrity, inclusion, and compassion as part of our overall program of study. These gentlemen who are here tonight represent the best of who we are and other students because of conflicts with AP exams tomorrow and with the spring concert tonight and a volleyball game. All of our students are not present. So I'm going to read their names and they're going to come forward and be recognized. First, we have Charles Deal. Charles Musich. Brody Regan. Akash Seethraman. Yaya Bhatt. Eric Hyung. And Matthew Milo. Other students who could be with us tonight are Jack Nguyen, John Paladano, Sam Roach, Jonathan Baker, Aidan Horan, and Isaac Josephson. Thank you all so much.
I'll have one more.
On three, go Padres.
Congratulations, Padres.
One, two, three, go.
Go Padres! Thank you all so much.
Go Padre families.
Okay.
I know what it feels like to be a steward.
I think we're good.
Yep.
All right. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Absolutely. Thanks, everybody. Good to see you. We'll see you next year.
Thank you all for joining us in recognizing dozens of inspiring individuals. We have another ceremonial item. Last one for tonight. Item 3 is a presentation from Peninsula Clean Energy. We have Chief Executive Officer for Peninsula Clean Energy, Sean Marshall, with us today. I may have a proclamation, but I may have to go find it.
Goodness. That's
It's
exciting.
okay. Yeah, yeah.
Do we have a proclamation for PCE?
My mistake. In that case,
evening.
the floor is yours, Executive Officer Marshall. Please go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Thank you so much for having me this evening. I'm here tonight, and I will be brief because I know you've had a lot of ceremonial items. I'm here tonight to just provide a very brief update on the impact that we've had throughout our community and specifically in the city of San Mateo in our 10 years, if you can believe it, of service, and also to ask you for your support on a consent item that is our change of our name and approval of the new JPA, changes to the JPA agreement. Next slide, please. Okay, so briefly, just to level set, for those that are not familiar with PCE, Peninsula Clean Energy is a community choice aggregator. There are now 25 of them in the state of California. PCE was number 5 that launched in 2016. We are responsible for handling the power procurement and development of clean power resources on behalf of our residents, businesses, and local governments within our service territory. We partner with Pacific Gas and Electric, so it's really a shared service model. They handle all of the pole and wire infrastructure, the power delivery, repairs, power outages, all of that. They also handle the customer billing so that at the end of the day, all of our customers are saving money and benefiting from cleaner power on the grid. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, next couple. Okay, so as I mentioned, we've had 10 years of local impact here in the county, and I'm so pleased to say that As somebody who was around at the very beginning of all of this, I really feel that we have delivered on the promise, and there is so much more to do and that we will do. So just at the highest level, we have lowered customer costs. So we've served customers $230 million since our inception. We're presently offering a generation rate discount of 10%, discounted from PG&E's rates. From day one, we have offered cleaner energy on the grid. We are heading toward a 2030 goal of 100% renewable energy for our default product. We've had substantial local infrastructure investment territory-wide, well over $100 million in the last 10 years. Here, we've had a solar project at your rec center, over 700 EV chargers in the city of San Mateo. The list is very long, so just lots of different properties, including city properties. Next slide, please. So here for the city of San Mateo, your customers have saved almost $27 million since our inception. That equals out to about a week of free electricity per year, per household, per business. About $8.3 million in community reinvestment. That's over and above the infrastructure investment that I referenced earlier. And then, as I mentioned, right now, both of our power products are 100% powered by 100% carbon free, and we are on our way to 100% renewable by 2030. Next slide. So in the 10 years that we've been around, our role has really expanded and become more sophisticated as the energy landscape has really changed in the state of California. So our bread and butter is to provide our customers with cleaner, cheaper energy. But now, in the last couple of years and going into the next decade, we're really working on focusing our work with you, our customers, as partners, working with our communities, our residents and businesses through all our various programs to really assist in how they can invest in their home and their business in terms of electrification and making smart, clean choices for where they live. Next slide. So what's ahead? I mentioned to you that our rate savings is currently offered at 10%. Unfortunately, it is not likely to stay exactly at 10%. Mayor Lorraine and others will be taking this up this summer, but we do plan to be somewhere in the 5% discount. The reason for that is that we have some headwinds coming with respect to our exit fee and drops in rates and other things, so that we always balance affordability with achieving our goals. So stay tuned for that. That'll be happening this summer. But the plan is to always remain under PG&E and offering our customers a discount. We are rolling out a new residential solar plus storage program, which will offer preferred terms for our customers who want to put solar and batteries in their homes. We are supporting EV charging fleet, your city fleet, at City Hall. And then we've partnered with Peninsula Family Services to assist low-income residents with understanding the various programs we offer and meeting energy needs. Next slide. We also provided the city with a $1.4 million member agency energy grant, and lots of things underway with that money. Good for you for allocating it across all these different opportunities. The way this works is that we provided half the grant up front when the projects are complete, then we provide the back half once we have the report out. And we will soon be moving into the city of San Mateo to have our primary office here. In fact, not too far down the street. Yay! Hopefully that will be happening in October, and you are all invited to attend our office warming party. Next slide, please. So the big news tonight, and why we're here and why you have a JPA amendment on your agenda, is that we are planning to become Westlight Energy and roll that out this summer. Customers would begin to see the new name starting in July. And the reasons are actually pretty simple. We have had a lot of trouble over the years with just customer confusion between PCE and PG&E. It's just a repeated problem. Sometimes it results in angry customers, opt-outs. It's also not reflective of our entire service territory because we serve customers in the city of Los Banos in the Central Valley. And so at the end of our first decade of service, moving into our next decade, it seemed like an opportune time to be inflective, to have a more inclusive name, and a name that actually can resonate with all of our customers and not be confusing. So same great agency, nothing else is changing, just a rebrand. Next slide, almost done. So our ask is that you approve the JPA amendment, that you help us clearly communicate the change to our customers through website, newsletter. We'll be in touch with the city to talk to you about that. And then please help us mark our 10-year anniversary. We have a number of activities happening starting in the summer through the end of the year. We will be having a policy reception on September 30th. You all will be invited. Lots of community activities. And then I mentioned also the office ribbon cutting that'll happen, I think, December-ish. So with that, thank you so much. I do want to acknowledge Mayor Lorraine, who's been on our board for many years. We do appreciate so much your leadership. And then also Councilmember Nash, who's the alternate. So thank you for all of your service and leadership. Any questions?
Thank you, Council. Any comments you might want to make? Any questions? Okay. Councilmember Nash.
Thank you very much. We are so excited for this. And as you go around and tell all the cities about your news and what's happening, are you getting any kind of interesting feedback? Are you learning things about what your relationship is with them?
I have to say this is one of the most favorite parts of the job because it has been nothing but positive feedback. Sometimes there's not a lot because there's a lot on the agenda, but more than 50% we get comments. Last week we were in Redwood City and a gentleman, one of the council members, was working with our team on some schools programs. And so just wanted to give a shout out, for all of our support for all the work we were doing within the school districts. And so just things like that, just, specific examples, we hear a lot and, we appreciate that our support is appreciated. Thank you.
Well, thank you very. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Councilmember Newsom.
I completely understand the name confusion, but I was wondering, are you any concerns about removing the word clean from your company in the sense that won't all of your power be clean power?
It's a great question and one that the board grappled with. And ultimately, a couple of things sort of decided to not have an acronym that had 3 letters so that it would basically then become WCE as opposed to PCE. It wasn't enough of a differentiation. There was also a sense that our tagline will be power with purpose. And then we'll have lots of different, references to clean and renewable.
Great.
So there was lots of discussion though, and that's where we landed.
So will you be WLE or just WE?
I think most people will shorten it to Westlight.
Yeah, okay.
Great. That's the likely outcome.
Congrats.
And the branding, perhaps you can speak to it, Mayor Lorraine, but I think the branding is very beautiful and I think it'll resonate with people.
Well, congrats on 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, I think one benefit to having W and E is that it's the power of we.
That's right.
Right?
That's what we use internally, actually.
This is pretty good. It's pretty good. So we already have power with purpose and the power of we among a new design scheme, new colors, and just a new splash of paint maybe on an organization that has succeeded for our ratepayers and those within the county and in the city of Los Banos for now 10 years overall. I want to thank you for giving us an update, and I had the pleasure of presenting as an example to members of the city of San Mateo in our State of the City address the carport at Beresford, which I think to me really represents the opportunities that we get by having an energy provider that cares about investing in our county, that is committed as a partner to helping us clean our energy to solve our climate issues while also providing energy at a more affordable rate to folks. So, so far, so great. And we look forward to you coming to the city later this year.
Yep.
And
Come
thank
on
you very
down.
much.
We'll give you the move date if you want to swing by.
Very good. We appreciate
you.
your report, and we will have another item later on to finalize changes that are to come. But
Very good. Thank you all so much. Have a lovely evening.
oh, I'm sorry, Executive Director. We could have a quick photo to commemorate your arrival and report as well.
So many photos. That's a beautiful picture.
Yeah, and I would invite anyone from the Peninsula Clean Energy team who's here to join us, if that's all right.
I should have introduced Mark Hirschman, our Director of Government Affairs. Apologies, Mark. Yay, Mark. Hi, how are you? Nice to see you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Mayor. Have a good evening.
Congrats
Take
on the
care, guys.
rebranding.
Thank you so much. Nice to see you all.
Sounds good.
Okay. Thanks, everybody, for your patience. We are now moving beyond the ceremonial portion of tonight's meeting, which includes business items being considered by the council tonight. For this, I would just like to remind all in the room and online that at this point of the meeting and going forward, we will be enforcing rules of decorum. As such, we do not allow for cheering, jeering, or booing during the business portion of the meeting, as this tends to put a chill on public comment. Our goal is to ensure that all perspectives are heard. Our motto is give respect, get respect, and we appreciate your cooperation with this. Next would be the consent calendar part of our agenda. City Clerk, can you please read the consent calendar?
Certainly. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered by the council to be routine and will be enacted by one motion without discussion. If discussion is desired, that item may be removed and considered separately. Item number 4, City Council meeting minutes approval. Item number 5, San Mateo Union High School District, San Mateo Adult and Career Education, Recreation Instruction Services 2026-28 Agreement. Item number 6, Summer Youth Theater Program Agreement. Item number 7, On-Call Design Professional Services Agreements. Item number 8, 2026-2027 School Crossing Guards Agreement. Item number 9, Animal Control Services Agreement Amendment. Item number 10, Downtown Business Improvement Area Approval. And finally, item number 11, Comprehensive Liability Fund Appropriation.
Thank you, City Clerk. Is there any member of the council who would like to pull an item for the consent calendar?
I just want to make a comment on one.
Okay. Would you like, if there's any members of the public who wish to comment on any consent calendar item, I actually might wait to see if you wish to make a comment first.
Yeah. So item number 6, which is the ETC theater program, I would like to propose that, and city manager, you let us know when, but if we could have a more formal update on Parks and Rec in general in the future, just to understand the entire program and the offerings, that would be great.
So I'll go ahead and respond through the mayor. We have a robust program with our city's Parks and Rec. If fellow council members, if I see 3 nodding heads, I'm happy to bring back an item in the fall. I see over 3 nodding heads, so we'll go ahead and schedule a study session this fall on this item.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And City Clerk, are there any members of the public who wish to comment on any consent calendar item?
Yes, Mayor Lorraine, we've received one request to speak on the consent calendar. If you're in our chambers and wish to speak on consent calendar items, please provide me with a request to speak slip. Also, if you're in our virtual environment, please raise your hand now. Mayor Lorraine, that is one request to speak, and we'll invite up Kevin Simpson to the podium, and per council adopted rules and procedures, we'll set the timer at 3 minutes.
Thanks, Martin. Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, City Council. I want to draw your attention to item number 8, which is one of the smallest budgetarily items in this consent calendar. But in an atmosphere where people are getting run over on our streets month after month, sometimes week after week, I'd like to ask you to pull this item and find out why Humboldt and Cypress does not have a dedicated crossing guard. I brought this up last year. We still have hundreds of kids that get on and off school buses there. There is not a four-way stop there. There is not a four-way stop in the latest plan that I saw for Humboldt Street safety improvements. And this site ought to have a dedicated crossing guard. And what I see when I walk my dogs every morning and sometimes in the afternoon is a hodgepodge of ways that we're controlling traffic there. And I just don't think we can keep doing business as usual. When something crosses your agenda that is safety related and has to do with pedestrians, you ought to be giving it a lot more scrutiny than you are. And rather than this routine reapproval of last year's item, and I brought this up last year, and we never saw a change in the crossing guard posture at that place. Do we want to wait till the kids run over there before we do something about this? Or are we going to take this stuff seriously, and when we see safety items on the agenda, give them extra scrutiny? That's what I would ask you to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Lorraine, that concludes public comment for the consent calendar.
Thank you. I see Councilmember Speaker Goditsky would like to make a comment as well.
Yes, thank you through the mayor. To Mr. Simpson's point, I did follow up with the city manager on consent number 8, and so I'm hoping you could provide more clarity on what this item actually is.
Yeah, happy to do so. So the San Mateo Foster City School District manages the crossing guard contract, including evaluating requests for new and additional guards. Last year, at our residents' request, the city went ahead and contacted the San Mateo Foster City School District, and they did evaluate that intersection regarding the need for a crossing guard. After evaluating that intersection, they stated that they did not deem it warranted that a crossing guard need to be at that location. We'll continue to try to work with the school district and with the community as we make sure that pedestrian, bicycle safety, and automobile safety is of paramount importance for us. Thank you.
Can I?
I also,
yes, Councilmember Newsom.
I'd also like to call out that we have a 2x2 with the school district throughout the school year. Councilmember Fernandez and I both sit on it, and we often, probably every month, ask them what the city can be doing to provide better service and safety for their schools. So I also just wanted to let you know that I share your frustration. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, and Councilmember, do you have more to say?
Apologies. Can you also explain how this funding structure works for the public?
So we're a partner. I'll have our chief come down and speak to the funding structure because we're basically a contributor.
Yeah, the agreement with crossing guards or the crossing guard contract is actually managed by the San Mateo Foster City School District. That's the agreement between the crossing guard provider and the school district. We serve as a reimbursement or fiduciary to reimburse the school district for their agreement with the crossing guard. So the contract, we don't interact directly with the crossing guard provider. That agreement is between the school district and in that entity.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for the public comment as well. Do we have any more public comments on consent calendar items, City Clerk?
No additional requests to speak on the consent calendar.
Okay, is there a motion from the council to approve the consent calendar?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Very good. I believe we have a motion from Councilmember Diaz-Nash and a second from Councilmember Newsom. City Clerk, can we please have a roll call vote?
Certainly. Councilmember Diaz-Nash?
Yes.
Councilmember Newsom?
Yes.
Councilmember Sveko Goditsky?
Yes, but I would like in the 2x2 as this to be a follow-up item for number 8.
We ask every month.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Fernandez.
Aye.
Mayor Lorraine.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Next on the agenda is general public comment. So members of the public who wish to comment on any item that's not on our agenda tonight may address the City Council at this time. State law prevents council from taking action on any matter not on the agenda, but your comments may be referred to staff for follow-up. This public comment section is generally limited to a total of 15 minutes. However, that's subject to council's discretion and can be extended if council wishes to do so. If needed, an opportunity for additional public comment may also be provided later in the agenda. City Clerk, can you please tally the number of requests to speak on general public comment?
Certainly. At this time, I've received 3 requests to speak in chambers, and currently we have 1 hand raised in our virtual environment. I'll give you just a few moments to, if there's any additional requests. You know, requests coming forward in chambers and just 1 in our virtual environment. So that'll be a total of 4 requests to speak. Council adopted rules and procedures will set the time at 3 minutes per speaker. Our final speaker in chambers will be Rich Hedges, and our final speaker on this item will be Mike Swire. We'll begin with our in-person request to speak. If I call your name, if you could please line up to my right, that'll help make sure we receive all of your comments this evening. We'll start with Ruth Anderson, followed by Kevin Simpson and Rich Hedges. Ruth?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Ruth Anderson, and I live on North Delaware Street. I wanted to make a very brief comment regarding the city's response to the terrible car accident that happened last month. It happened on the evening of March 28th at the intersection of North Delaware Street and State Street, basically outside my window. In the accident, a vehicle was traveling northbound on Delaware and hit a father and 2 children crossing at State Street in one of the 2 crosswalks there on their way to go to Safeway. In correspondence from the deputy mayor, I was very, very glad to see a list of all the improvements that are scheduled to come to Delaware and State, such as the rectangular rapid flashing beacons, which I presume should be coming out in early June based on the time frame that I am kind of gleaning from that correspondence. And also several really great sounding capital improvements that are coming on further on down the line. However, I am frankly disheartened at the lack of immediate safety improvements made to this known dangerous location. It's been over a month since the accident occurred, and the only thing that's changed at the site, which of course I live there, so I see it all the time, several times a day. The only thing that has changed is that there is now a large portable flashing sign warning drivers to watch for pedestrians, which sounds great. But unfortunately, that sign is facing the southbound Delaware traffic, but it's actually the northbound direction that is problematic. That is where 1 lane opens up to 2 lanes right before the State Street intersection. It's the northbound lane where signs announce that the school slowdown zone has ended right before State Street, so cars naturally speed up. And most importantly, it is the northbound direction where a family experienced life-changing injuries, and they could have died. All of them could have died. I have to wonder, I'm not in city government, and I know there's many, many, many issues that I have no clue about, but I have to wonder if some sort of the perfect is the enemy of the good dynamic might be happening, and I would like to urge the council in the future to consider implementing immediate quick build measures that add to safety in a matter of days and weeks rather than months and years, which seems to be what we've experienced with this accident. I would also very respectfully suggest that the portable flashing sign be relocated to face the northbound traffic. An ideal location would be where there's a parking space that's blocking the view of drivers right in the crosswalk, which surely was a factor in the accident. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Kevin Simpson, followed by Rich Hedges.
I think you probably know what I'm going to say because I seem to be saying this every month. And what just transpired is a perfectly good example of this. You explain what you didn't do. And we see it over and over again. And there's a distinct note of defensiveness on the part of this council and this city government about what you're doing. Now, they're planning to build a rehab center over here, and that rehab center hasn't hurt anybody yet. But you all felt it was adequate or necessary to have a special city council meeting about that. You haven't had one about safety. You haven't had one that elevates this issue and looks at it from the top down and the inside out. And we're still waiting around, and people are still asking questions about when you're going to do something. And last time I spoke about this, you rattled off a bunch of numbers. But I just told you about an intersection that isn't included, as far as I know, in the Humboldt Street improvements that you touted last time I spoke about this. And you had an opportunity to pull that contract and say, no more business as usual. We want to know why you think it's okay for kids to keep crossing the streets the way they're doing it. You got to dig in on this stuff. We're not seeing it out here in the community. And I know it frustrates you to hear tones like this and words like this from people that I I consider you all my friends. But it's just not getting through. And it plays out in big ways and little ways in this contract that you just passed, giving up another year where you're just going to take it from the school district. And I imagine that's probably what happened at the meeting with the state, where they said, oh, gosh, we'll look into this. And nothing's happened. No promises, no commitments other than we'll look into it. So, my gosh, let's pull up our socks. Let's elevate this. This is the most important thing happening in our city right now. Now, you can argue with me about that, but people are getting run over, people are getting maimed, people are losing their lives, and we're not seeing change. So I ask you to please rethink this. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker will be Rich Hedges.
Good evening, Mayor Lorraine and City Council members. I share Kevin's frustration with the mayhem that's gone on in the streets. That's not why I'm here tonight. I think this is going to be a very serious night, and I thought I would try to bring a little levity to it. So I read a quote recently and it reminded me of something, and I want to see if you guys can figure out when it was said. I firmly believe that before many centuries more, science will be the master of man. The actions he will have invented will be on the strength to control. Someday science shall have the existence of mankind and its power. Sounds almost today, doesn't it? That was after the Battle of Shiloh, where 20,000 people lost their lives in 1862. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving to our virtual environment, where our final speaker for general public comment will be Mike Swire. Mike, please go ahead and unmute your microphone.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Mayor Lorraine and members of the council, for your service to the community. Seems like a common theme, but I'm also calling about street safety. First, start with a positive. Thank you for the work that you are doing and speaking with the state and our legislators on 17th and El Camino. I'm glad to hear this is moving forward. I'm a little frustrated that we're now waiting for the state to come back with an analysis of what the traffic impact will be. My question is, what level of traffic impact would be great enough to say that Veronica Vasquez's death was not worth preventing? For me, that's a moot question. So in my mind, there's no reason to wait for this information. We should simply be doing the things that it sounds like are in the works. So I really hope so. Another positive, congratulations on the Norfolk and 3rd grand opening. Thank you to Mayor Lorraine and Councilperson Swerko-Gadicki and anyone else that attended that. We appreciate that you guys implemented that project, and also thank you to Danielle for looking at some of the issues that have arisen and continuing to work on that. Getting a little negative, North Central and Ruth Anderson's comment, a quick build is supposed to be quick, and unfortunately these are not quick. The plans sound good, but a month later, we really haven't done anything to slow traffic there. I would urge you to move that sign that Ruth was talking about into that northbound travel lane and block that extra lane of traffic only for about 50 feet. It continues on the other side, but this prevents people from circling stop cars in the right before two crosswalks. And I would actually disagree with Ruth. This was not an accident. This was something that multiple residents had said was about to happen. That is not an accident. That is something that's predictable. And then lastly, I understand that finances are tough to implement a lot of these projects. And that's why I know the city in the past has said that they're going to be doing more with staffing for grants, which is basically free money. But unfortunately, as a member of the CCAG BPAC, speaking on my own behalf, I saw that the city, I do not believe, and let me know if I'm incorrect here, had not applied for free TDA 3 bicycle and pedestrian money this cycle, which I think only happens every 2 to 3 years. There were about 13 other cities that had applied, but I did not see an application from the city of San Mateo. So again, this is free money that we might be leaving on the table at a time where we're saying we don't have enough money to move more quickly. So that doesn't make sense. Let me know if that's wrong. There are several other grant programs like OBAG 3 or 4 that are going to require applications for later in the year. I really hope that the city asks for and receives free money. That's always a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Lorraine, that concludes general public comment.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, I believe the deputy mayor would like to say something.
Through the mayor, I want to thank all of the activists and residents of North Central who have come out today to talk about Delaware and state. It's the highest priority for me, and I know that we are actively working on it. I have made the request that that sign be moved coming from the Poplar direction and then adding A-frames on the Peninsula, coming from Peninsula. And I know that staff is working on it, but I would ask the city manager to see if there are any updates that we can provide for the community. And again, I do want to note, we are a council that does indeed value pedestrian and bicyclist safety, and we are doing as much as we can with what we have. And I want to keep that, I want to just remind folks of that. We are, I truly believe that we are as committed as any city council in the county around this topic.
Okay, so I can give a little bit of updates on just a couple of the commenters on just our pedestrian safety in town. Specifically, I know there was a couple comments just at State and Delaware. On that project, when our traffic engineers have reviewed just the digital sign, if we do change it to the northbound, their northbound section, there are site visibility issues for the crosswalk that make it more dangerous. We'll be getting A-frame signs out there. It's what I requested a few meetings back. I know that they put the digital sign out there, but that is what staff is going to be working on this week. Additionally, the light beacons were ordered and they're coming in sooner than expected. Field crews met with traffic engineers this morning to review the layout for this project at that intersection. Additionally, there's going to be greater lighting at that crosswalk and that intersection here in our community as well. And then there's going to be removal of parking spaces, and also there's going to be basically plastic delineators that aren't going to allow, basically narrow down the street from 2 lanes to 1 lane going northbound in that area at Delaware and State. Additionally, just kind of going through on the, let's go with 17th and Beauvais here on El Camino. Staff had a meeting with Caltrans. I know the resident spoke to why haven't we jumped in and made the improvements right away. We worked with Caltrans and we provided our analysis to them for them to react to. They have concerns overall, and I know that looking from a safety perspective, what we're looking at is a all-way stop, no right-hand turns for that intersection for pedestrians to cross moving forward. But with that, the concern is that traffic can back up potentially onto 92, which could create other accidents and other safety issues. So that's something that traffic engineers have to evaluate, and that's what Caltrans was looking at too. And so more information is going to be coming forward, but staff has been aggressively advocating for these improvements immediately. I think that covers it. If there's anything else you guys wanted to ask me on any of these other projects.
Councilmember Newsom.
We have implemented a time delay as well, right? So that the crossing light triggers for the pedestrian, and then there's a 6 or 7 second delay before the car light? Or
I'm not aware at this moment of any improvements yet to date, and so that's something I'd have to get back to you on if that has already been implemented.
Okay, I thought that they said that on the call, but let's make sure.
We'll have to verify on that. I just publicly don't want to say yes if it hasn't happened.
So go ahead, Deputy Mayor. I just want to remind our council members that we're not supposed to take action on these items, and so let's maybe keep our comments brief from here.
I think through the mayor, just for update to the council, in June, we have our annual transportation meeting where we will go into depth on all the different projects. I know there was a question just about even our grants and how we're going after grants. As you're aware, as a council, we've been very good and aggressive at getting grant monies up to $40 million so far. And so staff has to work through those. I know this council has said, hey, we don't want to have grant money just dictate everything. We have to work through that and get through those projects. And we're already positioning for future projects and going after grant funds. But we decided to not go forward in these cycles because we have to get all these other projects done first. But we're working off of 13 different plans, and specifically the local roadway safety plan that we're working to implement methodically at our highest priority intersections. The last thing as a city manager, what I have concerns over is a scatter shot of having to do these improvements based off of just what, the impacts that we have to be methodical. Yes, if there are immediate improvements we have to make, we'll work to quick build on those. And I believe we've put together, and you'll see this in the budget, of over $200,000 for quick build improvements annually. But we also have a plan that we're working throughout this city. And so I have no problem sitting down and meeting with our activists, advocates, to have further conversations to really articulate what the city is doing in this area. Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Deputy Mayor.
Just one question. Could I make a request? I know this is a mostly informational item, so I do want to respect that. But in terms of the visual issue that came up from the big lit sign at Delaware and State, are there other signs that we could potentially explore that could be moved facing from Poplar that would not impede the sight of those?
Happy to follow up with staff.
That I would be very appreciative. And I also just want to acknowledge I don't think any government entity is going to move as fast as some parts of the community would like, but as long as we're moving forward together, I think we're going to make the progress that we need. Thank you.
And through the mayor, if I can just jump in for a moment. So I want to remind the council, as the mayor pointed out, this is not on the agenda. This is the public comments made on this. So a brief general response under the Brown Act is fine. But if you're going to have an extensive discussion about it, like we're creeping into here, this needs to be in a future agenda item, which the city manager's already pointed out is coming before the council in June, I believe. So I think we should leave it there.
Okay. Well, I was going to ask for that June meeting, would you be able to provide us an analysis of the existing department in terms of who's actually working on this stuff today and what the cost would break down if we needed to have a dedicated quick build team? Because that's a piece of it as well.
So I'll go ahead. Our public works director's online. He notified me because I'm going into more detail than probably what I need to over here. We have reorganized and we have added additional staffing to the department. The council went ahead and approved that back in February. Matt, is there anything else to add? I don't know if we can get Matt up.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. So staffing wise, we do have a slide planned in terms of we will provide council at the June meeting an update in terms of our reorganization of the transportation group, so we can get into those details. And then just briefly, I did want to mention on the Delaware and State Street, we will be starting work in terms of striping and signing and installing RFBs as soon as probably tomorrow. Our staff were out there this morning, as city manager said, and so I think we should see signage and striping starting to happen potentially as early as tomorrow, and rectangular rapid flashing beacons should be getting installed later this week into early next week. So that should be moving rapidly in terms of implementation.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And I think with that, we will move on to our next item of business. Item number 12, Historic Policy Update Ordinance Introduction. We have Zachary Dahl, Community Development Director, and Joanna Winter, Planning Manager, and a number of other members of our Community Development Department. Thank you for being here.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Zachary Dahl, Community Development Director, and I'm joined here as part of the presentation with Julianne Murphy, our architectural historian with Rincon Consultants. And so we will go ahead and dive in. Excellent. So I also wanted to, as we get started, acknowledge the project team that has been supporting this effort over the past year and a half. In addition to myself and Julianne, we also have Deputy Director Sung Kwan, Joanna Winter, and Summer Smith, as well as other staff within community development, and then our Rincon consulting team as well, and the City Attorney's Office that have been supporting the work that's gone into the products that are before you here this evening. For tonight's discussion, we have a lot to cover. We will try to move through it as quickly as we can, but also kind of walk through some of the key issues that I know we'll be getting deeper into here this evening. We'll be providing some background, an overview of the policies and ordinances before you, and then other pieces of the outreach effort, as well as the 4 documents that you'll be considering here this evening. So to kind of provide some background on historic preservation here in the city, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Julianne.
Thank you. Thank you for having me back again. I know that this issue may seem like it's from the recent past, but the historic preservation has been an issue in San Mateo for quite some time. It began in 1974 when the city adopted its Environmental Resources Management Plan, which was the first mention of establishing a preservation program. Since that time, there have been a number of key dates, including the completion of the 1989 Historic Building Survey, the establishment of the historic ordinance that is currently in place that was adopted in 1993 that also established the Downtown Historic District and enacted the city's Mills Act program. Since that time, the ordinance has been updated a few times, mostly minor, and more recently, there was a general plan update in 2024, which is the guidance for the current effort. Before the current ordinance was adopted, the 1990 general plan started the groundwork for the city's preservation program and eventual ordinance. Revisions made by City Council to visioning policies prior to adoption, however, shows changes to the language that softened the direction on adopting a historic preservation ordinance at that time. The policy that was adopted committed to protecting resources, but didn't clearly provide how to achieve that. Again, these were visioning policies and were not incorporated into any ordinances yet, but demonstrates a rather narrow approach to protecting historic resources. This provides a useful lens into how the city's early policies were informed. When the 1993 ordinance was adopted, a local register of designated resources was not established. The ordinance only applied to the downtown specific area plan, referenced the Downtown Historic District, which was adopted by resolution through that ordinance. It did not establish a local inventory or register at that time, and the language referenced the City of San Mateo's downtown specific plan for definitions of historic resources. It did not name or reference the 1989 survey. The 1995 amendment to that ordinance did allow for administering the program outside of the downtown district, but referred back to the general plan, which does not provide consistent definitions that are provided in the ordinance. The 1990 general plan did not include a list of properties identified as historic. It did include a map of eligible historic resources, but the language used in those maps does not correlate exactly with what is provided in the ordinance language. As a result, the city's historic preservation program had become a patchwork of sources that relied on inconsistent use of language and confusion of terms. The 1989 survey has always been acknowledged as an important source of information, and we will talk a little bit more about it throughout tonight's presentation. From the outset, however, the importance of maintaining the survey results has been highlighted. This statement was included in both the 1990 General Plan and the 2010 General Plan update and warns that without maintenance, the inventory becomes unreliable and unusable. Unfortunately, because the current ordinance was not crafted with critical elements, it has not been maintained to the best management practices. As a result, many aspects of the survey results have become unreliable. When we began the process to update this historic preservation ordinance, we had to untangle the history that was available in the documentation. I want to establish some important points that will help us get through tonight's presentation. Documentation has been consistent that the 1989 survey results were intended to be a tool to help establish and develop the city's preservation program. But the language that continued to be carried through never established that the 1989 survey results was an inventory, as evidenced by the fact that the goal to establish and maintain an inventory continued to be a goal in the 1990 general plan policy that was carried through to the 2010 general plan update. Thirdly, an important point of clarification is an inventory is not the same thing as formal designation, which requires action. Guidance documents and accompanying certified environmental documents have been consistent in asserting that the city did not formally designate properties from the 1989 survey aside from the downtown district when the ordinance was established in 1993. Most importantly for this process, the status of the 1989 survey results is not changing as a result of this effort. It will continue to be a source of information.
Great. Thank you, Julianne. So that kind of brings us to the genesis of the historic policy update effort that is before you right now. And this was really with General Plan 2040. And the goal of General Plan 2040 was to move our policy forward in a holistic and comprehensive way. And that's reflected in the overarching goal and the associated policies and actions that were included into the General Plan. Specifically, the core of the work that staff has been working on over this past year is related to these two actions, which focused on the foundation for this policy, which is updating our historic preservation ordinance and establishing a citywide historic context statement. So our more recent timeline, which really picks up kind of at the tail end of our General Plan 2040 adoption, is related to kind of an increase in questions and concerns related, as Julianne mentioned, kind of the piece, the patchwork of regulations that we had that were not holistic or comprehensive, which left gaps and raised concerns and questions about how it's applied, and as circumstances or properties came up, making sure that they were treated consistently across the board. So then moving forward, we had a number of study sessions where we received direction throughout the course of this project. And we really want to highlight that the work product that came out of this was aligned with General Plan 2040 and the direction that Council provided at our various touch points. I wanted to bring this slide just as a reference, as some of these resource status codes will be highlighted in other slides, so we can go back to this as needed, but this is really a key to when you see a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7, the different levels that comes with that code. I also want to just highlight, we have a number of state and federally listed properties around the city, and those kind of overlap. We have 8 nationally listed properties, 13 at the state level, and then of that, 7 of those are mentioned within the 1989 survey, and then a number are within our designated downtown district. The other piece, which has taken some untangling to really distill down to these numbers, is our 1989 building survey. And so what we've highlighted here is when you review the document, you resolve the different references, and there are spots where properties are listed once but then show up in a different way. We are looking at really 91 properties that are identified as eligible but not yet designated either as part of our downtown district, the recently designated Glazenwood district, or at the state or federal level. Additionally, we have properties referenced that were identified in 89 as being ineligible, or this status code 7, which is they were potentially eligible, but there was no evaluation. So there's really no information beyond just a reference to them that they could be eligible. So really that breaks down to a number of 91 individually eligible, or those that have local significance. And then if you include these other two categories, up to 133 that would not be designated or otherwise protected as part of tonight's proposed ordinance. So now to go into the ordinances and policies before you, I'm going to go ahead and hand it back to Julianne.
Thank you, Zach. We use the information from best practices for creating historic preservation ordinance, feedback from community outreach and engagement, and guidance from City Council to draft the ordinance before you tonight. This comparison table illustrates how we have added missing pieces of the ordinance draft to align with the general plan goal, which includes a framework for designation and establishing review procedures. Aside from that, the draft that we have presented tonight is more complete, clearer, and easier to use than the current draft. Two essential parts of managing historic resources are the activities identifying them and then how to treat them. The aspects of the ordinance draft before you tonight that relate to identification is it establishes the San Mateo Historic Resources Inventory, which is a list of locally designated resources. The ordinance provides criteria for designation, outlines the eligibility requirements for local listing, and provides the procedure for designating resources, both landmarks, which are individual resources, as well as historic districts. In terms of treatment, the ordinance establishes the Historic Resources Commission that, at the direction of this council, which we will provide a little more information on in a bit, outlines the effects of designation, including outlining when properties would be required to obtain a certificate of appropriateness, clarifies the permit review process that the city already has in place, identifies incentives for those properties that do choose to be listed, and includes enforcement and penalties for those properties that do work outside of those that would be approved. So one of the other items for you to consider tonight is a code amendment to establish the Historic Resources Commission. The organization of the commission includes 5 members to be appointed by council. Priority will be given to applicants who are professionals in the field or who have a special interest or experience in the city's history. Their powers and duties include to make recommendations on landmark and historic district designations and to review and take actions on certificates of appropriateness for major alterations. Other responsibilities may be assigned by council. And I know there's been a lot of interest and discussion about the ordinance, but I do want to illustrate that the city historic-wide context statement is another very big part of the project that we've taken. It is the first citywide planning document related to historic resources that the city has ever done. It is a planning document that highlights the trends and patterns of development, provides a framework and consistency for evaluating properties. Hopefully you've all had a chance to review it. The document is organized by significant periods and includes themes, property types, an overview of architectural styles seen in San Mateo, provides some biographies of notable architects and builders who worked in San Mateo, and includes an important piece, which is the guidance for assessing significance. This is an important feature that was still under development last time we came before you. This is an important and essential tool of the historic context statement. It's a great tool for evaluating historic resources and understanding San Mateo's historic resources within their context. The guidance is outlined by period and then broken down by property type, associated architectural styles, the significance requirements, a discussion of integrity requirements, and additional discussion on integrity considerations. The image on the slide is an example of some of the significance requirements for one of the periods that we have identified. And then as part of this update, we've also worked on bringing the Mills Act to current laws and standards. It's included improving and standardizing the procedure and materials for the application, updating the eligibility requirements to require local designation. It sets a limit of no more than 2 agreements per year. We've also included a preference for if there are more than 2 applications a year, that properties listed in equity priority neighborhoods, properties with lower appraisal values, and or properties with documented financial hardship would get priority. It includes more robust annual reporting requirements, property inspections by staff to be done every 5 years, and removes the requirement for public access to be aligned with state guidance. Outreach and engagement, I know we've discussed this quite a few times, our past visits, and just a quick overview. We've done a robust outreach and engagement effort as part of this update. That was based on our outreach and engagement plan. It included online engagement with things like e-blasts, social media posts. We've had a dedicated web page with a project-specific email address, focus groups for targeted feedback, workshops for more general feedback, which included pivoting some of our workshop design to include pop-up activities so we could meet people where they were. We've also provided public document drafts, first in November 2025, and more recently we've provided drafts using the Convio platform, which was recommended by this council, that allows interactive comments on those documents. These are some examples of the outreach and engagement we've done, including our digital time capsule, our webpage, some of the activities that we've done both on our online activities and in person, and some of the materials that we've been passing out at public events so people know about this effort. Since our public outreach efforts, we've continued to receive comments even very recently. Most recent comments have been related to concerns over the 1989 survey results and how those should be treated. Comments that clarification is needed between CEQA and local review for those properties that are over 50 years old. A desire to see more clarity in the Historic Resources Commission role. Some comments that the designation process that we've developed is too onerous, and some who would like to see more economic penalties for noncompliance. And with that, I'm going to let Zach take over and describe what we've seen from the Planning Commission recommendations.
Great. So as was noted, beginning of April, we did have a public hearing before the Planning Commission, and where this item was brought up, we provided an overview, and then the Planning Commission received public comments and provided recommendations, both specific and then an overall on the policies before us. They did provide 10 different recommendations on how to revise or update the Historic Preservation Ordinance. Several of these have been folded in as recommendations as part of the draft ordinance before you this evening. And then other ones here, we would be looking for council direction before they were incorporated in. Happy to elaborate or discuss any one of these in more detail if you are interested. Similarly, on the context statement and Mills Act program, they did have a number of recommendations, some of which we have incorporated into the documents, and then others we would look for council direction on before proceeding. So now I want to go over the most recent recommendations, which have been folded into the four ordinances and policies that are before you here. Starting with the Historic Preservation Ordinance, following the Planning Commission meeting and in response to both their recommendations and public comments, we did incorporate a number of updates to address key issues. We updated the definitions section. We added back a section, the review required section. And so really what this does is this maintains the existing review process that's outlined in the city's current ordinance, and with some minor adjustments to align, carried that forward into the ordinance that's before you. What this does is ensures that regardless of CEQA review, every project that has potential eligibility would be subject to a planning application, which would allow us to assess the project further, go through the screening criteria, and if necessary, prepare a historic resources evaluation to ensure that that document or structure is evaluated, and if it is ultimately found eligible, we would work with that property to ensure that its character defining features are preserved or designed around, or the appropriate environmental review is done if more significant proposals or demolition is proposed. Similarly, we did add a defined demolition section, which was already part of the ordinance, but this more clearly delineates when it's applicable and aligns it with our general special use permit requirements when a structural demolition is proposed. And then we've also provided greater clarity for what constitutes a review at the different levels between zoning administrator, Historic Resources Commission, and what would be considered routine maintenance. For the context statement, we continue to make adjustments, correct errors, clarifications, because clearly this is a catalog of the city's history, and there's a lot of information that we will continue to learn. And so in addition to making those updates, we added a provision to the adopting resolution, which will allow staff to continue to maintain and update this document as new information becomes available. Obviously, reserving more significant amendments, those would come back before the Historic Resources Commission and Council before those are folded in. But other information that builds upon what the structure of the document, this would allow staff to administratively amend and incorporate it as it comes up. For the Mills Act program, that we have updated that to add that prioritization criteria. Staff had originally recommended a limit of 2 per year. That is entirely up to council as to how many you want to allow. Obviously, there's financial ramifications, as that does reduce city revenue for each Mills Act agreement that is approved. But it's entirely a local prerogative as to how many we might want to consider. And the idea with a prioritization is if a property isn't able to make it in 1 year, they would be on the list to then reapply the following year. So it wouldn't preclude them, maybe just delay them if there's significant interest. And then it also clarifies the annual reporting requirements that all Mills Act properties would be subject to. Beyond the draft documents before you, we did identify a couple of additional edits that we would recommend get incorporated in with the ordinance. These have come from feedback we've heard over the past week, so it was too late to get it into the agenda report, but we do feel that these would be important additions to improve the ordinance. One is with the updated definition of the historic resource. This definition of eligible resource is redundant and potentially could add some confusion, so we would recommend that it be removed. And then to provide clarity on intent for the designation of historic districts, we wanted to, since there is potential for multiple property owners for one property or multiple properties under one owner, the intent with the vote is 1 vote per property, regardless of one or multiple property owners. So we would recommend that these 2 revisions are incorporated into the final version of the ordinance that is adopted. Also, there have been some questions about the environmental review that supports these ordinances and resolutions. And so we just want to highlight that there are 3 different exemptions being utilized to cover the 4 documents before you. And we want to reiterate, based on everything in the record and particularly what's been presented here tonight, what is before you does not materially reduce or expand applicability or review requirements. It maintains and enhances and improves our procedures and protections, and it establishes regulations for how properties can be modified, thereby protecting the historic resources through the existing built environment. All of these are key points to support the CEQA exemptions that are associated with with the 2 ordinances and 2 resolutions here tonight. So the items before you for action this evening are 4 parts. We also wanted to highlight, these are the remaining Planning Commission recommendations that we would look to council direction before incorporating. So we're happy to talk about any of them, or if you're interested and want to highlight them, we can incorporate them into the final action you take tonight. So there are 7 remaining ones related to historic preservation ordinance. And then for the historic context statement, there was some recommendations for additional exhibits and architectural biographical information. This work can be done, but it would require the city to utilize some additional contingency budget to do it. And then there's 3 additional Mills Act program requirements. These are all doable, but they would require more staff resource to administer the program, so we would look for council direction before incorporating them. So with that, the recommendation to City Council includes the introduction of an ordinance to update our historic preservation ordinance, an ordinance to establish the Historic Resources Commission, and a resolution to establish the first citywide historic context statement, adoption of a resolution to update the city's Mills Act program, make the associated findings to find that they are exempt under CEQA, and then incorporate any additional revisions or updates that that council is interested in this evening. And then quickly, next steps, if there is a council action to adopt this evening, staff would then proceed with implementation. It doesn't stop here tonight. We would then develop resources and informational documents to build out and implement the ordinance and the policies. And this includes handouts, screening criteria, all the pieces so that the community can fully understand how the effect of these new policies and allow them to be fully implemented. We would then follow this up with an informational community workshop anticipated at this point in summer of 26, which would give us the chance to roll out this information to the community, answer questions, and highlight this new historic preservation program that the city is implementing. And I think it's really important to highlight these are some major steps forward to implement General Plan 2040 and really bring together, I think, as you can see, a vision that's been decades in the making. And so I do want to just highlight the steps forward: establishment of a Historic Resources Commission, a holistic historic preservation ordinance, as well as the first citywide historic context statement. So that is what's before you here, and we are available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. At this time, I would like to open public comment on this item. If you are in chambers and you wish to give a public comment, please get a request to speak slip from the city clerk if you don't have one yet, or please share your completed slip. If you're online on Zoom, please raise your hand at this time. And I won't steal the lines of the city clerk. So at this point, I'll ask the city clerk to let us know when he knows how many folks we have for comment.
Thank you, Mayor Lorraine. At this moment, we have received one request for organized presentation, which will be 5 minutes. And then we have received a total of 13 individual requests to speak. So per council adopted rules and procedures, that would set the time at 2 minutes per speaker. Not seeing, oh, we have one additional request to speak. So that Mayor Lorraine, that is a total of 14 individual requests to speak and one organized presentation. So going once. We have 15 individual requests to speak and one organized presentation. The final speaker in our in-person chambers environment will be Diane Whitaker, and our final speaker in virtual environment will be Kolja. So we'll begin with our organized presentation. We'll invite up Ashley Zerpa, and we'll set the timer at 5 minutes.
Good evening. I'm a San Mateo resident, and I'm here to ask the council, where is the preservation in the preservation ordinance? The answer, there isn't. Next slide. Chapter 2766 doesn't preserve San Mateo's history. It annihilates it through three main failures: loss of prevention, legal vulnerability, and lasting damage to the community. So let's break it down. Next slide. This table tells the whole story. Prior ordinance checks all the boxes. Chapter 2766 is a narrow inventory, no mandatory reviews, no demolition oversight, and no enforcement, AKA no teeth. So every protection that made the old ordinance work has been removed. It isn't an improvement, it's a step backwards. Next slide. The prior ordinance was a wide umbrella covering all eligible historic properties citywide. Hundreds of homes, and a century of architecture. Chapter 2266 is a broken umbrella in a rainstorm. Only properties on the new narrow inventory keep any real process or protection. Properties identified as historically significant decades ago, documented, studied, and recognized, yet left completely exposed. Are you willing to abandon these properties? Next slide. Genuine preservation is simple. It's a clear line from historic value to mandatory review to protection. Chapter 2766 is a roadblock. After historic value is identified, the process hits a wall, needing a vote to trigger basic oversight. If that vote passes, what follows has no enforcement power. The result, properties are vulnerable to demolition. This ordinance doesn't protect historic homes. It makes neighbors jump through hoops before anyone is even allowed to try. Next slide. Glazing Wood proves communities want this. 83% of neighbors signed up for the historic district designation. Not because they were organized from outside or because they were pressured. It's because they already knew what they had. They moved there for the streets, for the porches, for the roof lines. Chapter 2766 dismisses their investment in this. Next slide. Though Glazing Wood succeeded, under this ordinance, other neighborhoods won't get the same chance. This ordinance creates a consistent bottleneck, stifling neighbor-driven efforts. San Mateo has other historic neighborhoods that deserve a similar review to Glazing Wood. The ordinance currently eliminates this option. Next slide. So what impact does this have on the city? 3 compliance failures. It contradicts the city's own 2040 general plan that you adopted. It fails to state best practices by limiting reviews to formally designated properties only. It lacks required CEQA environmental review, and this is not a technicality. Identical rollbacks have been overturned in courts for this very reason. This ordinance does not weaken preservation. It hands opponents a lawsuit. Next slide. 3 circles, 3 failures. Where they meet, 1 catastrophic overlap. That is this ordinance. This is a dangerous deregulation that exposes the city to lawsuits while permanently erasing the architectural soul of San Mateo. Next slide. So I ask, before you vote, are you willing to adopt an ordinance that is weaker than its predecessor? Or are you willing to fix it by restoring stronger review protections for all eligible properties? Can you answer the question this ordinance cannot? Where is the preservation? If you can't answer this question, the vote should wait. This ordinance is not something to push through the docket and be done with. This will be part of your legacy. Remember, these neighborhoods took hundreds of years to build. Under this ordinance, it can be destroyed within an afternoon without any intervention. The people of Glazing Wood are watching, as well as future neighborhoods that strive for the same historical status. I urge you not to make your legacy about reducing historical protections in San Mateo. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move to our individual request to speak. If I call your name, please line up to my right. That'll ensure we receive all of your comments this evening. We'll set the timer at 2 minutes per speaker. And our first 3 speakers in council chambers will be Thomas Macara, followed by Michelle Macara and Jay Cure.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Thomas McCare, and I'm 10 years old. I'm here because I care about San Mateo. Not just how it looks today, but what it will look like when I grow up. I like walking around my neighborhood and seeing the older buildings and houses. They make San Mateo feel special and different from other places. They tell stories about the people who lived here before us. If those places go away, we can't get them back. Recently, I went to our main library and learned that San Mateo used to have a Carnegie library, but it was torn down a long time ago. I wish I could have seen it. I also learned that in the city of Richmond, they kept their Carnegie Library and turned it into the Richmond Museum of History. People can still go there and experience it today. So why didn't San Mateo do that? And I know San Mateo County has a really beautiful history museum, but why doesn't the city of San Mateo have one? That's what I'm worried about. And I learned that there are a lot of historic places in our city, but this new rule might not protect them. That doesn't seem right to me. If something is important in our history, why shouldn't we try our best to take care of it? I've also heard some people say that saving history makes it harder to build housing, but I don't think that has to be true. I think we can do both. And I've heard people say that only a small group of older, rich people care about saving history, but that's not true either. I know a lot of people who care about this. They just don't have the time to come to meetings like this or to follow everything that's happening in our city. So we're here speaking for them. My mom and I don't have a lot of time either. I just came straight from practice and I should be in bed. But we have made it a priority to be here tonight because we know it's important to stand up for what you believe in. I know decisions like this are complicated, but I also think
Thank you.
What?
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you.
Please think about kids like me and the history we won't get to see if it disappears.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Our next three speakers will be Michelle Macara, followed by Jake Cure and Lisa Van de Voort.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Thanks so much for the opportunity to speak. San Mateo has said clearly that it wants to preserve the places that tell our story. But when you look closely, what this ordinance does is not strengthen protection, it narrows it. It takes what used to be a citywide commitment to protect historic resources and reduces it to a very small list, leaving hundreds of known historic properties with little more than a checkbox review. Nearly 200 historic resources identified in the city's own 1989 survey, places that embody San Mateo's identity, are no longer meaningfully protected under this draft. They are not fully reviewed, they are not safeguarded from demolition in a meaningful way, they're effectively left vulnerable. This ordinance makes preservation largely voluntary, requiring property owner approval before meaningful protections even apply. That may sound reasonable on the surface, but in practice, it means the city is stepping back from its responsibility to protect shared cultural heritage. Historic preservation has never been about just one property owner. It's about community memory. It's about what we pass on. The state of California, the Office of Historic Preservation, and even CEQA recognize that historic resources, even those eligible but not formally designated, deserve protection. But this ordinance moves in the opposite direction. It reduces protection at the exact moment when state housing laws have already weakened them. This isn't just a policy difference. Under California law, your ordinances must be consistent with your general plan, and right now, this ordinance is not. That's why this moment matters. Additionally, I want to address something that's been said in the past, that historic preservation is somehow in conflict with housing or used to block it. Cities across California are building housing and preserving their history at the same time. These are not mutually exclusive goals. And I want to push back on the idea that only a small, wealthy group care about this. It's simply not true. Many people care about this, people of my generation, but they can't be here because they have busy lives. So when you hear from residents tonight, you're not hearing from a narrow group, you're hearing from people speaking on behalf of a much broader community. My ask is to please adopt the 1989 survey into the historic resources inventory, applying meaningful review to all eligible historic resources.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jake Cure, followed by Lisa Van de Voort and Tom Lees.
Please choose to protect San Mateo's history instead of quietly allowing it to disappear.
Thank you.
Jake here, 200 West 3rd Avenue. This is a simple subject. It's historic or it's not. All of the falderall that goes with the consultants and the advocates that say it resembles, it's similar to, it's indicative of, it's restored in a manner that is consistent with history. Those are all disclaimers that promote false history. Most of the stuff in front of you is false history. I encourage everybody to support those folks that say, take them to task, put it under the microscope. Whatever you do moving forward, regardless of what you do, the physical work that comes after what you guys do here today or in the future is far, way beyond all of this falderall that's happening about the politics and the paperwork. Doing the work is difficult, time-consuming, and expensive. Acknowledge that, all of you that support history. I do. I have done it a lot. I have done more than this whole room combined. And I say to you, take them to task. Make them prove that it has historic relevance before you stamp it and say, oh, okay, well, this is a historic house or a historic building or a historic neighborhood. It just doesn't work. I will fight to support this history and I will fight just as advocately against fake history.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Lisa Van der Voort, followed by Tom Lees and Lori Watanuki.
Good evening, City Council. To Jay's point, that's exactly what updating the historic survey is for. General Plan Policy CD 5.3 explicitly defines historic resources as including 1989 survey properties. This ordinance excludes them. That's a direct inconsistency, not a matter of interpretation. Staff would have you believe that the 1989 survey properties are included. Sure, they're in the definition of historic resources. Sure, they're subject to the usual planning application approval afforded any property over 50 years old. But in practice, neither constitutes substantial, meaningful treatment. And that's the rub. What was the intent of the general plan? To pay only lip service to the 1989 survey properties? To slip them in so that technically you can say that it's in alignment with the general plan? I think not. A substantial, meaningful way would be to afford them the same protections as landmarks. This ordinance does not do that. Paying only lip service to previously identified historic resources is practically insulting and should be an embarrassment to those responsible for protecting them. And if you're seriously considering not including them and protecting only 2 districts and 3 properties, this whole ordinance is a joke.
Thank you. Our next three speakers are Tom Lees, followed by Lori Watanuki and Lori Heater.
Good evening, City Council. I think it's ridiculous not to include the 1989 survey properties in this ordinance. The city spent money for the survey back then and relied on it before, but suddenly it's no longer valid. And these properties are some of the oldest in San Mateo and deserve to be treated as landmarks. Staff says it's old and needs to be updated. That will cost money. We don't have it, but the money is there. I have it on good authority. There is still $2 million remaining in unencumbered funds, the same plot from which Rincon was paid. If it costs between $50,000 or $100,000 to update the survey, it'll be money well spent to follow the general plan. If you're going to put all the time, the money, the effort into this ordinance update, do it right. Update the 1989 survey to 2026 standards. Meanwhile, afford the current 1989 survey properties the same treatment as landmarks. That can happen concurrently with a survey update. There's no need to wait. The time is now. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Lori Watanuki, followed by Lori Heater and Rich Hedges.
Lori Watanuki. Good evening, Mayor Lorraine and members of the City Council. In reviewing the San Mateo Historic Context Statement, there are areas that are still missing or could be strengthened. The Office of Historic Preservation recommends adding a section at the end prioritizing next steps or recommendations. For example, targeted updates are needed to include the buildings not in the 1989 building survey. SB 79 targets higher densities and heights within a half-mile radius from the downtown historic transit center. Older neighborhoods like North Central and the historic downtown are within this targeted area. Conservation areas are used in other cities to provide more protections for the preservation of neighborhood character and local history. We would like the council to direct staff to investigate creating conservation overlays. The city of San Jose has also created conservation areas and districts throughout the city. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Lori Heater, followed by Rich Hedges and Frank Elliott.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Lorraine. This draft ordinance really realizes our worst fear, that it significantly reduces historic resource protection. And it's also inconsistent with the 2040 general plan. I'm surprised how hard staff is working to eliminate the 1989 resources from this ordinance. Other cities use older surveys, and I don't know why San Mateo can't as well. Can we come up with a way to include those resources in the ordinance? Instead of a comprehensive approach, this ordinance creates a voluntary system that sharply limits the inventory and leaves most 1980 survey resources unevaluated, unreviewed, let alone protected. It eliminates the City Council's required approval for demolition of historic buildings and places decisions about what renovations are minor or major and what requires Historic Resources Commission review entirely in the hands of the Planning Department. So what's the point of having an Historic Resource Commission if nothing may ever get to that point? We presented several pieces of evidence that the 1989 survey was used as a city inventory, including a 1988 MOA that the city was required then to use the results of the survey as the inventory. A 1989 staff report says that the report is expected to be adopted. I have the text, and I can pass this out to the council members. Couldn't get everything in. In terms of being consistent with the general plan, one of the biggest issues is limiting the inventory, making it much harder to identify resources, and the key thing of not requiring City Council review of demolition.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Rich Hedges, followed by Frank Elliott and David Long.
Good evening again, Mayor Lorraine, City Council. My comments are going to be general tonight, sort of a little perspective on this. My family began a home in Northern Virginia in 1747, which served as a frontier fort during the French and Indian War and a supply depot during the Revolutionary War. It is not historic property. I worry every day that it will eventually be torn down because I don't have the money to buy the property. But you have to put, and I bring this up to put some focus on this. There are communities like San Mateo Village. In 14 years, it'll be 100 years old. There are several other areas in the city that are not really that significant that'll be 100 years old. Because something's 100 years old doesn't mean it's historic, because it has to have some level of importance in the development of the city, and it has to have some importance in the progression of the city throughout history. You can't label something because it's old history. I guess you could, but it'd be a horrible mistake. So let's focus on what's really historic in the city, like I would love to focus on the property in Northern Virginia. It was actually Lord Fairfax who gave the land for that property. So it's and I've actually seen the entitlement of it originally. It's in the historic facility there. So I want to see this done logically. I think 20% of a community moving for this is a little light. And I would say in closing that there's a neighborhood on First and Delaware going north to the old Brown House and along First Street east of Delaware. That's some of the first homes in San Mateo. I've never heard anybody mention those except one member of the community that lives there. But we need to focus on things like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Frank Elliott, followed by David Long and Jordan Grimes.
Good evening. How about those valedictorians, 4.0? It's almost as good as we did when we were in high school, right? Maybe if we get some of them in the room here, we could get this gnarly issue figured out. I'm going to try not to make this too technical. I do sympathize with the preservationists that want to remember and preserve some of the history in San Mateo. I'm not opposed to that. What I think is missing in this conversation, I don't think there's a right or wrong answer for you to decide tonight. I do agree that we shouldn't be rushing this decision. We've got a lot of new variables that were introduced tonight. Thank you, Zach, for incorporating at least one of my ideas that I saw, so I appreciate that. But I think this is a really complicated issue, and I think what's missing is open dialogue and an effort to compromise between the two groups. There's really two groups that are interested in this, the Less Red Tape people and the Heritage Alliance. We need to find a way to compromise. We can't all have what we want. I'm sure I can convince our group to give some. I would ask Heritage Alliance to do some of the same. That's missing. Apart from that dream, if this ordinance moves forward as it's written, and I'm not an attorney, I don't know what the change that you made. I saw you dropped out eligibility. That may be enough, but there will likely be a legal challenge. And in my opinion, it's far better to have a conversation before litigation begins, not after. So council, what I'd ask is that you encourage your staff to have that conversation happen before this comes back again. Let's get these problems solved so we don't end up with a legal fight. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be David Long.
Excuse me, through the mayor, if I may. I'd like to ask for a point of order. Do we have to wait until public comment is over?
City Attorney, any guidance?
Well, what is your question?
Is there any way to validate if this document is legitimate or not?
I don't see what, well, perhaps we can address that like after public comment is done.
Well, I think it's pretty important because the document in question would have you believe that in 1989, the council was going to adopt the 1989 survey.
So the document that was passed refers to action of the CAC that it says the CAC has not yet taken final action. It appears it will be recommending that the inventory be adopted. So it doesn't exactly say the inventory was adopted, but I think this addresses a question that several speakers have brought up, and I think other council members will have questions about this issue that either I or our community development director or other staff can help to answer. So again, I think I would encourage the council to let public comment conclude, and then we can answer that question a little more holistically.
Okay, I'm surprised that there's a document that exists that the city does not have, but the public does.
Well, no, this is, I don't know if I would say that exactly, but I think what's more important is, what does the document say? It does not say that inventory was approved by the council, which I think is the central question here. But so it may very well be that maybe they're minutes of a meeting that occurred. So that should be in available city archives. But I think more to the point, I think the council is going to have questions, as a whole is going to have questions about this issue. It's not so much about this one particular document. It's about a series of actions in the history of how the city treated the 1989 survey and what happened after that and what didn't happen after that. So I would just respectfully suggest focusing less on this one document that was just handed to the council, let public comment finish, and allow the council to discuss, deliberate on this question, and ask questions of staff. I'll leave it at that, if that's all right.
Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead, City Clerk.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be David Long, followed by Jordan Grimes and Diane Whitaker.
Such drama. Good evening, Mayor, City Council staff. I'm David Long. I live on Poplar Avenue. I rise tonight in strong support of this ordinance, for it offers us something truly remarkable: the ability to honor history in theory while steadily removing it in practice. Why burden ourselves with clear definitions of what matters when ambiguity could keep us flexible? Why require qualified historians or architects when staff discretion is faster and probably wiser? And why make it easy to protect historic places when we can design a process where almost nothing qualifies in the first place? This is preservation, refined, streamlined, and safely out of the way. But where does this really lead us? Demolishing Pennsylvania Station and many buildings by Frank Lloyd Wright that became national symbols, not of progress, but of irreversible loss, not because they lacked value, but because policy allowed it. If you're excited about the demolition of the east wing of the White House, and the construction of the proposed triumphal arch, then this historic ordinance is for you. The overused local defense that I hear is just because it's old, that doesn't make it historic. Well, tell that to the owners and their neighbors who enjoy the Julia Morgan and Bernard Maybeck homes, or homes that previously were occupied by Frederick Law Olmsted or Merv Griffin or Chris Christopherson. Those all somehow still stand in San Mateo. There's more history than you might think. That's a pattern, though. It's not a lack of value, it's a lack of protection. And it's true, here in San Mateo, we don't have one famous loss like Penn Station. Instead, we've had something more quiet. Many beautiful, culturally significant homes demolished one by one, always with full city approval. Please return this to staff and Planning Commission with clear guidance to strengthen definitions.
Thank you.
Align with state and federal standards.
Thank you. Our next two speakers will be Jordan Grimes, followed by Diane Whitaker.
Good evening, Council, Honorable Mayor. Well, everything he said at the beginning, I support unironically, so we can get that out of the way right there. I know he meant it sarcastically. I'm here tonight, as I have come many nights, concerned that this historic preservation policy as drafted will function as a tool to block the new small-scale multifamily housing that our community so badly needs. There are clearly a number of issues with this latest draft that remain unresolved, and I would encourage Council to take the time to continue working through this, to continue working through some of these issues. Among the things that remain at issue are owner consent, the idea that no formal city designation would be required, no public vote, that anyone who could commission a report and suddenly a property is pulled into months of additional review and delay and cost is concerning. It sounds like that issue may have been addressed, but the owner consent issue remains real. There's also the issue with the 1989 building survey, a document that is 37 years old that presents itself as a present-day regulatory trigger. The city's own staff report acknowledges that it's outdated. The Planning Commission has said it needs to be updated, and state law requires surveys older than 5 years to be updated before they can be used in this way. I just want to say this. Local housing advocates have chosen in good faith to hold on the pursuit of legislative remedies at the state level in order to allow local efforts to establish a historic ordinance that protects genuinely historic resources while allowing for reasonable housing growth in our neighborhoods. That restraint is not unlimited, and if this ordinance moves forward, I think as a tool to obstruct housing production, which is how it operates now in my view, those options return, and we will avail ourselves of them. Now that we've passed SB 79, we have some extra time on our hands. Thanks so much.
Thank you. And our final speaker in chambers will be Diane Whitaker.
Good evening. I'm going to talk about sustainability. If this council cares about the environment, it must care about preservation. The greenest building is the one that is already standing. Tearing down historic buildings to start from scratch creates massive landfills, waste, and high carbon costs. Integrated urbanism is sustainable urbanism. By adopting the Heritage Alliance recommended amendments, you are choosing a greener, more responsive future for San Mateo. The 1989 survey from the California Office of Historic Preservation verified that San Mateo has a large number of great diversity of historic resources. This new draft ordinance ignores over 35 years of that data, leaving hundreds of sites in legal limbo. We shouldn't be starting from zero when the work has already been done. I urge the council to include the 1989 survey data in the official inventory so we don't lose our history, our homes, and our buildings by accident. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving to our virtual environment where our first speaker will be Connie Wise. Connie, please unmute your mic.
You can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council members. You were elected to represent us, the residents of San Mateo. I ask that you clearly direct and demand that staff who are not elected make the needed changes to the historic ordinance that will make the $300K investment worthwhile. The key thing is that what is not recognized in the ordinance will not be protected. There was too much of a methinks they protest too much on the 1989 survey in tonight's presentation. What is staff afraid of? The bottom line is that the 1989 survey must be included in the ordinance, and additional funding is needed to update the survey. Or you can do a new survey and have it as part of the ordinance. What you don't count doesn't matter. Without a survey incorporated, our tax dollars have been wasted, as the ordinance puts all but 5 properties listed in grave danger of being destroyed by overzealous developers. Please do the right thing for San Mateo. Don't open the door to losing what makes this city so wonderful to call home. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker on this item will be Kolja. Kolja, please unmute your mic.
Good evening, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening, Council. I'm genuinely confused by the direction of tonight's discussion. For over a year, the community has been clear and consistent. Historic designation eligibility should require owner consent. That principle has been central to the ordinance you have been developing. Yet now we're discussing adding over 100 private homes to the historic inventory based on a 37-year-old survey without that consent. That raises a fundamental question. Why undertake a thoughtful ordinance process if, in the end, the council may bypass it and make unilateral designations? We have seen how this plays out elsewhere. Palo Alto faced significant legal challenges and political fallout after taking a similar approach. San Mateo should not repeat that experience. There are also practical concerns. The 1989 survey is outdated and it was never adopted. Many of those homes have since been demolished or significantly altered and do not qualify anymore. Relying on that survey data today risks inaccuracies, inconsistencies, and ultimately legal exposure for the city. At a minimum, any homes on that 1989 survey should be resurveyed using current standards and then go through the now established designation process. I briefly looked through the list of homes there. For example, 1641 Palm Avenue is a gas station today. By no means that is a shared cultural heritage, and why is it even on that list? I don't understand. 831 Prospect Row is fully torn down and rebuilt. Why is it on that list? That can't be incorporated in that in our ordinance right now. Thank you so much. Have a good night. Bye.
Thank you, Mayor Lorraine. That concludes public comment.
Okay, thank you for everyone who gave public comment. Before we continue with questions and deliberation, the council will take a short break. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. Thank you. Thank you, folks. Let's see if we can get back in about a minute. Thank you very much. We have returned, and at this time, I would first just like to check with staff to see if there were any public comments, anything mentioned in the public comment that you'd like to respond to.
Sure, I can start. I think there's a couple clarifications that we wanted to speak to. I think one, which was regard to this page, which was part of a larger document that went to City Council, and I think the key is there was a preliminary discussion. The main action from the agenda report that this page came from is to accept the 1989 survey, and then provide further direction. It even highlights preliminary council comments are welcome. The plan will be distributed in January with workshops and hearings continuing through June. This was part of the process that led to ultimately to the 1990 general plan. And I think even on one of our slides, we highlighted how there was a lot of evolution, as there always is in a general plan update process, from maybe initial draft language or initial intent to the final version that was adopted. So I think this was part of that discussion, similar to now, as there was probably a lot of strong opinions about where the city should be on historic preservation.
Thank you for that. At this time, I'd like to hear questions from my fellow council members, but I'd like to continue trying something of a cycle in which we could begin with asking maybe a few questions and then allow others to ask some questions to keep it moving. I know we may have a number of them. Yes.
Mr. Mayor, could we name a number?
Yes, I was thinking.
I was thinking 3. Maybe meet in the middle with 4.
Around a lot, I think.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's fair. Why don't we try 4? May the 4th be with you. And let's give that a shot. And who would like to begin?
Start.
Yes, very good. Thank you, Councilmember Spirko-Godisky. And we'll go maybe clockwise or something.
Okay. Zach, can you go back to slides 36 and 37 from the Planning Commission recommendations?
There we go.
Oh, and actually, before we get started, just so I'm clear, so I understood that tonight is a hearing, and then there would be a second hearing where we would make a decision.
So tonight is if I can interject here. So tonight is a public hearing to consider the proposed historic preservation ordinance. It's a update to the zoning code considered by the Planning Commission. And then you have, as our community development director mentioned earlier, you have a separate ordinance, not part of the zoning code, but still included within this public hearing to establish the Historic Preservation Commission. So the recommendation, as you see on the screen, the first 2 items are to introduce those 2 ordinances. And then there's 2 other resolutions to establish the context statement and update the Mills Act program. So you have approval of 2 resolutions, introduction of 2 ordinances, it's all wrapped up, and the CEQA findings, all wrapped up into one public hearing. So there's the only second hearing would be the second reading. It's not really a hearing. It would be if the council introduces an ordinance, these ordinances, perhaps with changes, perhaps not, then those ordinances would come back to the council for adoption on consent. It's not a hearing.
Okay, so just to confirm, tonight is the night where if everything that we discuss, any potential changes, etc., this is the appropriate time to discuss that.
Yes.
And the next time would be like a consent calendar approval.
Right. So if the council wishes to make changes to either ordinance, then we will do our best to make those changes now. And then those would be incorporated into the ordinance that comes back, ordinances that come back to the city council at an upcoming meeting on consent.
But then if we, sorry to go out of order, but if we make changes, we're going to want to look at those changes. Oops, sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, okay.
So maybe if I can start to answer your question, if it's all right with the mayor. So it depends on the complexity of the changes. So because there's been some topics that have been hit on repeatedly, whether or not this ordinance reduces the amount of oversight or increases the amount of oversight, or whether it's roughly the same. So that's what I think a central point here. So if there's some questions about that, we may be able to make those changes on the spot, and kind of we might have to take a short break even, and then show you what does it look like on the screen. The more complicated it gets, then the harder it is to kind of do that immediately. But we'll just have to kind of talk through it and see what we can get done tonight. And well, maybe I'll just stop there, see if you have any questions.
I would just say, just so the public's aware, because I know this is a heavy topic, I will definitely follow the 4-question rules, but I'm very much of the mind for this council that this is a move slow to move fast moment. So I do expect this to be a little bit of a lengthy discussion tonight. Okay, can you go to slides 36 and 37?
Yeah, and I'll just mention that I don't intend an ordering of 4 questions per person to limit us from engaging in a discussion as we're hearing these questions. I think let's just be mindful that we don't end up asking, a large series of questions without giving other people an opportunity to respond. And I think if we're all okay with allowing for someone who has a relevant follow-up or clarification point, that they can do so, and I think that's fine as long as everyone else is okay.
Okay.
Deputy Mayor.
Sorry, just one process question for the city manager, the city attorney. If we're going to ask all of our questions, awesome. But if we were to advocate, or if we had a number of people today saying, perhaps if we get some of the parties in the room to like kumbaya it, maybe that might yield some different results from this. Is there an action that we could take to give them that time to come together if the parties were interested in doing so?
So you have options tonight. I mean, the staff recommendation is to introduce both ordinances as written and approve both resolutions. Now, if you directed staff to allow more time, which staff I think is not necessarily recommending because it's been a long process here, but could you do it? Yes, you could. Would it yield results if you get those folks in the room and to achieve some compromise? Given how long this process has taken, remains to be seen. But could you do it? Yes, you could.
Thank you.
Thank you, council member.
I'm just going to ask one big question to start, which is, could you please go through slides 36 and 37 and help us understand, why the Planning Commission made these recommendations and what it would actually look like if we were to add some of these additional ones in?
Absolutely. So I think, I'm going through this, and they did have a lengthy discussion and thought through the different options and kind of what their intent was. So I think if you look at recommendations 1 and 2, they're kind of together. And the thought here was they were concerned that the process was so long and multiple notification points that it actually would be a barrier to seeing a historic district proposal even get to that public hearing for consideration. And so their intent here was to reduce some of that burden while still supporting the goal of owner consent and transparency. So I think one, they said this is really a property owner thing, so let's focus notices just to property owners rather than to occupants. So that was kind of one intent, to lighten the noticing burden a bit. And then I think for number two, they looked at the different points at which there was notification provided, and they felt, well, if there's already going to be canvassing to get that 20% to even submit, do you also need to do a mailed notification? So they said, hey, this could be one where we remove that requirement, lifts the burden a little bit, and you're still achieving your goal of transparency. So I think that was 1 and 2. 3 was the notion of incentives as being one of the primary tools available to the city to support designation, especially under an owner consent model. And so the thought was, let's really look deep at how we could incentivize designation. So that was kind of what was the thought behind recommendation number 3. Number 4 was concern that the enforcement structure wasn't strong enough, and they wanted to explore an increase for violations related to historic properties. That's definitely possible. Right now, it is aligned with our general code enforcement structure, our penalty structure. So I think there would have to be a broader effort there if we were going to move forward with this recommendation. And ultimately, there's different bases for if you're going to increase penalties beyond kind of our current, I think it's 100, 300, and 500, or 100, 200, 500. I mean, we can ultimately get to 500 every day if we really need to. So there's different tools in our current toolkit, but they felt there could be opportunities to increase the penalty structure for violations of a historic property. I think the recommendation 5 kind of speaks for itself. A part of the recognition, so establishing a plaque program and creating uniform parameters for how plaques could go in around the city. I think obviously the 6 was related to prioritizing updating that survey to see how it could be utilized and facilitate designations. And then number 7, they identified that there's a lot of work that goes into creating a new commission. And in their opinion, they felt the Planning Commission had relevant expertise here, and it could utilize an existing commission rather than creating a new one. Especially their feeling was, well, how much will it be utilized? And with the change in the overall structure with other developments, will the Planning Commission over time have more bandwidth to take on a task like this? So that was kind of some of the thoughts that went into that 7th. Moving to the recommendations on the historic context statement, I think both of these are just a matter of resources. We would need to dip into the contingency budget for this agreement if we were to complete this work. So I think that's just that we would look to council on if you wanted us to move forward there. That could be done as part of our implementation process. And then these recommendations on the Mills Act program, I think focused on kind of performance, making sure they were really meeting their intent. I think there's different levels of return on investment that some of these, I think especially like an audit, analyzing impacts, there's a lot of staff resources that go into there. So for the amount of money that maybe we're tracking down, is it worth the amount of staff time involved? But then again, I think these are recommendations we can move forward with if council has interest there. But right now, since we only have 2 properties, this might also be something, let's start with the new ordinance and context statement, see how it moves forward, see how much interest is in the Mills Act program, and if there is growth, maybe then in 3 years we could come back and revisit and see how it's working and if there was ways we wanted to strengthen it. But all of these are options if council wishes to provide direction to staff.
And then just on the Mills Act, and I'm happy to have Rincon answer as well, what is the actual financial benefit to a homeowner who agrees to historic designation, and how does that compare to any added costs or restrictions?
I'll start. I think overall the intent is that you reduce the amount of property taxes that a historic property owner would pay, with the objective that then that money, rather than being paid in taxes, you're able to reinvest it in the property to support the costs of maintenance, preservation, other projects that support the long-term viability of that historic resource. So that's kind of at its core what it's doing. And so it really does benefit property owners that have purchased more recently, because if you're a longtime property owner, you won't, because your property tax valuation point is already pretty low, you won't see much savings if you enter into a Mills Act agreement. But there is much more substantial value with more recent purchasers, where there's a bigger delta between the value that you're paying on and the money that you're saving. So you can see thousands of dollars or tens of thousands of dollars in overall savings. Obviously, just a percentage of that is lost revenue to the city, because also that's going to the state or going to the county and going to the school district as well.
Okay, thank you. That's all for.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Newsom, would you like to go next?
Thank you. It's been brought up a lot, so I'm just going to ask the question. Why was the 1989 inventory not included in the historic inventory? And this is like a three-parter, so I hope you count. Let me count as one question still. How many of the around 124 properties do we think still exists? Can we protect these properties and give ourselves and our historic commission a term of, example, 3 years to either keep or strike them from the list if we put them in?
I guess the short answer is yes. If we have council direction, it's definitely something we could do. We were following the direction that council provided us at the beginning of last year when we moved forward. And the focus was really on updating the historic preservation ordinance and development of a citywide historic context statement. There is another action in the general plan related to updating surveys. That was not included in the scope. So I think this was really about staff aligning the work with the direction provided by council, but it's definitely work that we could do if directed by council. We're highlighting on the screen, this is our current evaluation of what is in the 1989 survey, kind of starting with all the different products. There's cross-referencing, there's some redundancy properties. So obviously it's a document in need of an update. So if council wants to direct staff to move forward with updating that and developing enough information to consider for these properties for designation, it's definitely something we could do.
Okay. I know that CEQA, for example, gives protections to homes over 50 years old, and learned today from the city attorney, we generally start that clock at 45 years old because the process might take 4 or 5 years before they actually are doing the work. I'm curious if it's possible to have another elevator or another level where any building over 100 years has additional review, that the historic commission that we put in place could kind of look at it. And I'm also wondering, is there even enough teeth behind this ordinance to protect these historic resources?
I'll turn it over to Julianne to speak to some of those points.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that CEQA itself does not offer protection to buildings over 50 years old. Generally, you have to identify whether there is a resource or not in the process of doing a CEQA evaluation. So it's when you look at a resource. So being 50 years old in itself doesn't offer protection. It's age plus eligibility for significance. So it's best practices to start looking at buildings when they're 45 years old, understanding that sometimes projects take about 5 years to come to fruition.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think speaking to your other point about 100 years, I mean, that's a local policy prerogative if we wanted to create that. I think we're generally at this point have been looking at kind of wide best practices, and it starts at that 45-year mark to start evaluating, and then based on our eligibility criteria, that kind of drives. But if the council's interested in looking at something beyond for 100 years, I think we'd have to evaluate it and understand, well, what's the significance? Is that the right level? Is there another point that is notable in San Mateo's history? We could look to the context statement. So I think we would need to look more closely at what's the basis for a given line.
Sure. And, I understand editor of the Daily Journal picked the number of 1910, and, having my family's lived in the Bay Area since 1850, and I know that a lot of homes were rebuilt after the 1906 earthquake, so I kind of see where that number comes into play. That said, I'm also wondering, my understanding was that we didn't have a true historic ordinance in place before, and this is a new proposal for us. So we're getting a ton of public outcry that we are weakening our historic ordinance and protections, and I'm wondering if you can explain or address how is that possible if we didn't have a historic ordinance before? And how do we ensure that we are not weakening it?
So I think some of that might be the published draft that went to the Planning Commission, I think was much more focused on owner consent. I think since that point, It has evolved in response to Planning Commission recommendation and public comment to address a number of those things. So I think there's significant evolution between that earlier draft and the draft that's before you this evening. And in staff's estimation, we see it as addressing many of those concerns. I think some of those remain as to where exactly you want that to land, but I think there's probably some of that going on, and it's maybe not reflecting the most recent versions, including the version that's before you this evening.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I yield to the next speaker.
Very good. Councilmember Diaz-Nash, would you like to be next?
If I can get my microphone over here. Number one, we haven't said thank you. So I just want to say thank you to everybody who's been involved in this the whole way through. As I said to Summer outside, it's past, present, and future. Thank you, because this is our history, and this is the beauty of it. So we're learning, and I'm very excited that the context statement is going to be a living document, so we can update it as necessary. So just wanted to say that very clearly. So a couple things. Somebody, I think it was our former colleague, former Councilmember Hedges, who said just being 100 years old doesn't mean it's historic. But how do you figure out what is historic? Because I think there's a fear in the community, which, if it were true, I would be worried too, that if it's just 100 years, it's automatically made historic and it's already put in the inventory and it's done. And I don't think that's true, and I'd love you to either disabuse me or explain the difference.
I'll look to our architectural historian to dig into that a bit.
Yeah, so one of the things that the ordinance draft achieves is providing those criteria for designation. So a property must be 50 years old and meet one of the criteria for designation, which means you can show that it's significant for its relation to historic events, to a historic person, for its architectural style, or its potential to yield information, which typically involves archaeological properties, but not exclusively. So it's not just a matter of age, it's age plus significance.
Right. So I think somebody brought up the comment earlier that in a couple of years, all the houses in the village could be 100 years old. But that wouldn't mean that they would be considered designated historic resources, correct?
Correct.
Right. So there would have to be a whole lot more than that. Okay, so that's an important thing, I think, for all of us to understand. Number two, under this draft, the latest draft, what exact level of reviews will an individually eligible historic resource not in the inventory receive compared to the prior ordinance? Because I heard a lot of questions about, or concerns about, it's going to be a lot less protective, or maybe it's too protective, but I think just talking about the specifics would be very helpful.
Definitely. If you're looking at an eligible resource, we carried forward the language from our current ordinance, which is review required. But we've added clarity with regard to the definition. So I would say under this ordinance, when you start with the definition of what is a historic resource, so anything that is in that definition, and so that includes both eligible and listed at the federal level, state level, local level, and explicitly references those properties identified in the 1989 survey, you would then be subject to that review required section. There's enhanced review if you're designated, but even if you're not, you would still be under that. And so then what that means is before you can proceed forward with any building permits or issue permits, you need to start with a planning application. And typical as we do right now, we would be evaluating it both for compliance with CEQA, but now we'd have criteria under this ordinance to look at historic attributes. And yes, all right, starting with its age, all right, if it's over 50 years, you've got potential eligibility. We would then look to our context statement and the screening criteria that we'll build out. Does it have that added significance? So obviously age alone isn't enough. Is there other things in there that would merit further review? So many of these properties, and it's kind of like a funnel. You're starting with a bigger pool and it narrows down into where ultimately your properties that, all right, this property is potentially eligible. And then we would start to look into the documentation, have an HRE, historic resource evaluation, prepared. And then that would yield out, well, it's close, but it's not. Okay, you can kind of move forward and then onto your permit stage. Okay, if it's an eligible historic resource, then that facilitates a conversation of what are its character defining features, what makes it significant, and then how do we work with them to craft a project that avoids impacting those attributes. There's definitely some pathways under state law now that might provide a pathway around that, primarily in the non-single family route. But those would be the conversations we would have. So this doesn't ensure that it will be protected, but it ensures that it's documented. We have that discussion, and we provide pathways for alternatives that do preserve that historic significance.
Thank you. And how does that differ from, I guess, the ordinance that is still current, because we haven't adopted anything new?
It will be very similar, but I think the difference here now is it's more clearly articulated. So I think there's predictability and clarity, where I think before there were questions of, we're doing this process, but why are we? Where in the code says we have to do it? And I think as we've highlighted, there were holes. And so now we've got a clear progression of when you get to this point, you go on to the next. And so we'll have an ordinance that has a much clearer framework, and then we'll build out those pieces that then map out that flow chart. So now we'll have resources and clarity for how you move through this process. So it'll be similar to what we're doing now, but there'll be enhanced clarity and predictability.
Okay. And would that only apply to resources that are listed in the inventory, like the 3 houses plus the two districts? Or would what you're saying apply to anything citywide?
The review required would be anything citywide. It would not be limited to just our historic resources inventory. Once you're designated, you would then have a specific certificate of appropriateness approval that you would need to get, depending on the scope of work, that's specific once you're designated. But before that, you would be looking at this other review process that still assesses and works with the property owner if you're ultimately eligible.
Okay, I think those are all on one topic, but those are my 3 or 4 for right now.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, would you like to ask questions at this time?
Yes. Apologies, yes. Can you provide can you talk a little bit about the Historic Resources Commission, and specifically if the creation of this new commission will affect permit processing times for homeowners, and talk a little bit more about the shot clocks in place in case there are lengthy project delays?
Definitely. So I would say there's definitely a project that requires a Historic Resource Commission review that will add time to the review process. So in this case, their 2 primary powers and duties would be related to their role within the landmark or district designation process. So they would be that first public hearing, and then they would provide a recommendation to the city council. I think that's part of a voluntary process that someone would choose or the city would initiate. And so there would be the time that goes with that. I think probably what you're speaking to is primarily related to when a certificate of appropriateness for a major alteration is required. And you would probably be looking at between 30 to 60 days. Once an application's complete, everything's tight, to get that to the commission, and then they would take action. And then obviously there is an appeal process. So in theory, someone could, either the property owner, if they maybe were denied, or another interested individual, they could appeal it to the council. So there could be a time aspect to that. We would imagine this commission meets monthly, similar to the cadence of other city commissions. So obviously, depending on when you fall, might dictate whether it's closer to 30 or 60. So there's variability there. We don't have a built-in shot clock, but I think anytime we're scheduling something, staff is always mindful of that, and we work to keep things moving expeditiously. But approximately, that's kind of how we would imagine that taking place.
Thank you. I think Councilmember Spierkukuditsky might have a follow-up.
Yes. Sure. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Fernandez. Just within the same vein of Historic Resource Commission, how much authority will the commission have if we create it versus staff versus the council?
Ultimately, any action taken, well, the commission will be a recommending body for landmarks and districts. So I think really their action piece would be on these major alterations for certificates of appropriateness, or if there was a minor alteration that the zoning administrator took action on and someone appealed that would go to the Historic Resources Commission. So any final action they take is always appealable to City Council. But that would kind of be the only point where they actually have final decision-making authority.
And to follow up a little bit on Councilmember Svirka-Guditsky's question.
I don't think you're on.
Oh, sorry, to follow up on Councilmember Svirka-Guditsky, and I apologize if I'm repeating her question. I just want to make sure that I'm really driving this home. Based on the policy that has been provided to us via staff and with what you've integrated from the Planning Commission, are there any extreme circumstances that the City Council could override the requirement for owner consent?
As drafted, I mean, I think right now owner consent is required to initiate an application for a landmark designation, and we would still do the study, but to initiate that designation, as drafted right now, you would need owner consent to move forward. Similar, there's an owner consent process outlined for districts. So in theory, it's 60, so you could still maybe have 39% in opposition. But right now, owner consent is required for both of those designation pathways to move forward.
Mr. Mayor, may I have one more question? Is that
Yes,
okay for
of
this
course.
round? Is that okay?
Yep.
So, I mean, I'm just going to be transparent and honest where I am. I don't see any way in which I would personally vote to include the 89 projects without, I do believe that the owner should be notified, and there should be we should do it iteratively with owner consent and owner involvement. Can you tell me a little bit about what a process would look like if we were to study those properties mentioned in the 89 survey?
Definitely, we can speak to that. And knowing that this discussion topic could come up, we did include some draft language for council consideration if you wanted to incorporate this as part of the ordinance. And so, let's see, one more. There we go. So if there was interest in moving forward, obviously we're looking at adopting new regulations, and we want to make sure any future actions are aligned with that. And so staff would recommend incorporating language somewhere along the lines of what's drafted here if you were interested in establishing a process specific to the properties in the 1989 survey. And so what you would see with this added provision here is the council would have the ability to nominate properties, some on the 1989 survey, and you would kind of get a more streamlined focus process where following the nomination, there would be owner notification, and then there would need to be some preparation of documentation to support findings, looking at the existing record and then building it out if it was not complete, and then move forward with scheduling a public hearing where City Council could consider it. So I think in a pathway like this, you would have owner notification, but you wouldn't have that same level of owner consent as currently drafted. But if Council is interested, this is a recommended pathway to consider from staff.
Okay. Thank you. I'm done for this round, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I think I'd like to pause a beat and just read this a little more thoroughly. Yes, please feel free.
Thank you. Just going back to if we were to establish a new commission, could we as a council decide then that the residents that apply for that commission have some kind of construction management accreditation, state license, or like green building accreditation?
Yes, I think our caution would be, and we had, if everyone's done reading, I can scroll back to the slide on the proposed Historic Resources Commission. The challenge is always if you make it a requirement, you run the risk of not being able to find enough qualified individuals to fill the commission. So the way we had drafted it is that the council would prioritize that list of credentials, sets of experience when appointing members. But if those experiences aren't present in the group that's applying, you would have the prerogative to still move forward to fill the commission. So I think here, the list, and this is the list of, we would recommend prioritizing the list of experiences that align well with a Historic Resources Commission, but it wouldn't say, if, say, you've only got 3 or 4, but not a 5th, you would be able to exercise judgment in who you felt best of the remaining candidates would work on the commission. So you could choose to leave it vacant and say, no, it has to be, but this just gives flexibility over time, because I've definitely seen examples where commissions will go underfilled because there aren't enough qualified individuals who are interested in serving.
Okay. I have some questions too. Let's see. That sample language is interesting, though. I just want to make sure I think about one thing related before I forget. Let's see. Yeah, okay. Okay, great. Okay. Thank you very much for your patience on that. All right, let's see what I can do here. Okay, so we've asked a little bit about, we've heard a bit about the 1989 survey and a current scan of what we see in it. If council were interested in updating the survey as soon as possible, do we have any current ideas about how much that might cost and when we might be able to get started, given what we already have in our work plan, and how long it might take to complete?
So I can start with that one, and I may look to Julianne for some of kind of the more technical pieces of that. Initially, in looking at it, we had quoted that it would likely cost at least $50,000, and so I think realistically, to get a bare bones assessment that meets minimum findings, if we are looking to update the survey so that those properties could be considered for designation, I'd say an estimated range of $50,000 to $100,000 is probably what it would take, and probably in the neighborhood of 6 to 9 months, just depending on how quickly the work comes together. If you're looking at doing full historic resource evaluations for each property, you could think of around $3,000 per property is kind of a reasonable estimate. There will be some documentation that already exists, and we can utilize the historic context statement. But I think obviously evaluating all of the properties there at that full level, probably at $200,000 or more. But doing the math, extrapolating around $3,000 per property to the number of properties covered would be an approximate range. So I guess it's the goal is, what is the objective? Does council want a full update to that survey? Are you looking for enough information to consider designation of the properties? So I think with that direction, we could then take that information, develop a scope, and come back to you in pretty short order with a more defined cost and timeline.
So I just want to jump in real quick. And so on this item, looking at updating the survey, that is a general plan policy item separate and apart from what we're considering today. And so I would look at that as a separate priority or initiative. We have just on tap for our future work in the planning department, the staff, we're looking at the downtown plan. And so if you are looking at wanting to, work on this new general plan initiative as a priority, I would recommend that you bring it up during next year's Blue Sky as a council to have that discussion. That'd just be my recommendation overall. But ultimately, it's up to you guys as a council. We work for you guys, so if 3 of you guys direct, regardless, we'll take that. But I'm just letting you know that to pick up another priority, we'd have to prioritize another priority. Thank you.
Thank you. Zach, could I just dig into a little of what you were saying? Because you mentioned there are different levels to, a potential survey update. And like you mentioned, like a full, historic resource evaluation would cost more. if someone were to bring, if someone were to apply for a property not currently on the 89 survey as a landmark in this process, would we need a full historic resource evaluation to determine if it made sense to add to the inventory?
Yes. So that will be what is outlined in the application materials, but there would have to be enough documentation to show that the property meets the requirements outlined in the ordinance, which it is age eligible and it meets one of the 4 criteria for designation. So they would have to include some history that shows that it is of age, and then lay out an argument for how it meets one of the criteria.
Okay, but would it be fair to say that given some of the work that's already been done in this 89 survey, if we were to, we might be able to update it, I think you had a phrase that escapes my mind, to a baseline that could, get it to almost that level, given the work that's been done? Does that sound like a possibility?
I think the important thing is that the 1989 survey continues to be a resource for the city, and that it has a lot of great information in it. And so I think if a property were coming forward that we're interested in being landmarked and there is information in the 1989 survey, of course, that would be a great amount of work that's been completed. There would have to be updates to show that it's still in the condition it was described, that it still retains sufficient integrity to be listed, and that it still meets the criteria for designation. So there would be some effort to update that information, but a huge amount of it has been complete in the 1989 survey.
Okay, thank you. I think that's helpful. Okay, let me see if I can find something else to ask. And I think given that you had this sample language of, council having the opportunity to potentially list something from the survey into the inventory, I think I'd like to ask a question about that. If council decided to incorporate this language tonight, and in a future meeting, maybe even soon after the council had an interest in exercising that, can we talk through how soon and what would maybe be required to get some of these properties that are in the survey into the resources inventory in a manner that seems appropriate with all the work we've done?
So I think we can be responsive to council's direction here, but I think we would still need to scope it to figure out all right, what would it take to get from here to there? But if you're giving us direction to prioritize this is something that needs to be done as soon as possible, we can build that in. But it's, I would say, short of saying 6 to 9 months, could it be shorter? Well, I think we just have to assess that and really kind of roll up our sleeves a bit. Obviously, this part has only been evolving over the past week, so we've been putting together some ballpark ideas, but I think we need to dig in a little deeper, look at what it would take, map that out, and then we could report back to council if that was the direction provided shortly, but I don't know that we could give you that tonight.
Yeah, okay.
I also want to point out that the current process we have requires a recommendation from the Historic Resources Commission, which hasn't yet been established. So
Indeed. Yeah, this is kind of like what's on my mind. I imagine it would still take some time. Frankly, maybe I'll just have this be my last question for this round about if we were to go ahead with establishing a Historic Resources Commission, about when could we expect to have one that can begin to perform these sorts of duties?
We were Martin and I were just talking about that a little bit, and I'll high level it and then look over to him to if there's more specifics required. But I think in general, probably at the soonest end after actions taken in the realm of 3 months, if everything fell in line with recruitment, appointment, and everything. More realistically, probably closer to 6 months. So 3 to 6 months would probably be a range that it would take to go through the recruitment, appointment, and then get them seated. And this is a new commission, so there's also going to be some ramp up, some training. So unlike another commission where you're seating new commissioners, we're going to have to build out the processes to support it as well. So those will all go into getting them seated and up and running.
Excellent. I appreciate that. And we'll pass it back to Councilmember Svirko-Godinsky.
Yes. So I've heard a lot from residents. I think something that has come up consistently, and I heard a little bit of the answer, but is really understanding, we're talking at the macro level, right? What happens in terms of once this is approved, how the city will actually administer at the ground floor? What does that look like in practice? And then how are we going to ensure that code enforcement, because I assume they'll be checking these things, is actually, following a consistent rubric and standard?
Definitely. And I can go back to I think the next step slide speaks to that a little bit. So the ordinance, the context statement, the Mills Act program, these are all tools that then inform the resources that we develop. Similar to any code requirement, development review process, we would treat this the same way. So then you build out your resource guide. You kind of then articulate for individual properties, like, what does this mean? This process, how does it break down? What are the submittal requirements, the application forms? What are we looking for to deem an application complete? These would all be resources and handouts and information that we would build out. The screening criteria to say, okay, I've got an old house, but how do I know if it's historic? Well, we now have increased tools to assess that before we have to get a historical professional involved. So we would be able to articulate that. So those are all the pieces we would build out to support this updated program once council takes action to adopt these pieces or a version of them. We would then kick it off with an informational workshop to kind of roll it out, talk through what how these resources come together, answer questions, and then that would be the starting point. And then we would also have our staff trained so they could answer questions as inquiries come in. I think with code enforcement, we're responsive. So I think just like any number of other activities, these would probably be activities that come up. Maybe planning flags them, maybe a resident flags them, building inspectors when they're out there. It doesn't happen a whole lot, and in the vast majority of cases, when you're issuing a permit or when work's being done, they're following the rules, they're abiding. But you do have instances where someone goes too far. Sometimes it's inadvertent, sometimes it's intentional, and so we calibrate the code enforcement response accordingly to make sure that ultimately we're outcome driven. We're not here to be punitive. We're out here to protect a resource in the case of a historic resource. And obviously the values there, once it's gone, it's going to be really hard to replicate. So the goal is building, when you're approving a project, the right conditions, looking for the right things, making sure the right safeguards are in place as part of the plan. So those are all the pieces that would go into how we would administer it, issue permits, conduct our inspections, and ideally avoid the need for code enforcement to be involved.
So I think some of the community feedback I've heard is that when you deal with historic resources or properties, and let's say a contractor or an engineer goes into the building or the home and you open a wall, then you find more issues. And because it's historic, that creates more complexity. And so I guess what I'm asking for is when this comes back in the next cycle, is there any way that you could provide the council or the public with like a loose framework or infographic maybe of, what those different policies would look like?
Definitely. We're happy to speak to that. I think anytime you're doing a remodel addition to an existing home, there's tons of old homes that aren't historic, but you run into the same challenges. You open up a wall, there's rot, there's things you weren't expecting. The foundation you thought was there wasn't there. And so our team is dealing with that on a very regular basis where you have a scope of work approved, and now that you're halfway in it, it's changing. So making sure the engineers in the mix, coordinating with our permitting team, making sure we're getting appropriate updated plans, helping them keep their project moving so they don't just all of a sudden see a job site go dead. So we actually have a lot of experience in that realm. And so we would see this in many ways as being a very similar approach to how you coordinate and work with a property owner and their team over the course of construction to keep a project consistent with the approved plans, or when you need to adapt. In this case, you'd also be including the historic professional. Make sure that you can still get that work done while respecting the characteristics or the elements that are really important to that historic resource.
Okay. And then just going back to the Mills Act. So right now the ordinance, adds new requirements and a review process. What incentives are being offered to balance that? Is that something you want this council to weigh in on tonight?
I would say that that's up to you if you want to. I think probably the key thing with incentives is there's going to be a financial commitment generally. I think the key one that is does impact the revenue, but not as significantly as other incentives is the Mills Act program. There's also the ability to utilize the state historic building code. But I think beyond that, we would, to the degree that council wants to provide direction or not, we would just look to you, and then we could work from there.
Okay. I guess I'll share where I'm at. Thanks everybody for answering all our questions. So first, the context statement. I think it's excellent. So thank you for putting that together. I really liked what planning had proposed for the context statement. If you can pull up, I believe it's slide 38.
Or maybe
one more, 37. Consider adding additional biographical information for notable architects and architectural firms that did work in San Mateo. So I think that's a great suggestion. Would recommend incorporating that. I do want to be clear. I believe we should incorporate the properties identified in the 1989 historic survey into the historic resources inventory, because then we're not losing track of already recognized historic resources as we transition to this new framework. And I want to put this in perspective for the public. So currently in San Mateo, there are 20,000 parcels. We are talking about adding less than 120 on top of that. Glazenwood was already added. The downtown is already acknowledged as a historic. So there's 120 parcels, of which we would still need to do the work to really properly assess which ones are still viable or not. I also want to be clear that property owner consent should still remain central moving forward. So any future designation for properties or districts should continue to require affirmative owner consent consistent with direction already outlined in the ordinance. Third, I would like to recommend establishing a Historic Resources Commission. Initially, I did want to do this as a limited time body of 2 years. However, after looking at all our other commissions, I would recommend to my council colleagues 4 years, so we can really focus on reviewing and validating historic resources citywide. I think it would help us build a credible foundation for the program and ensure consistency in how our resources are evaluated. Also, I know you had suggested 5 commissioners. I would like to recommend that we extend this to having 2 youth commissioners. We have heard from youth that is interested in preserving historic resources. They obviously are not a voting body, but I think it would be good to include them. In addition, when it comes to the requirements for creating a Historic Resources Commission, I would like to add preferred skills, which would be construction management, having some kind of historian or architectural background, green building accreditation, and contracting or state licenses. And again, those would be preferred skills, not required, because I hear you on flexibility. Number 4, when it comes to what to do with looking at the properties from the 1989 survey, I'm going to leave that up to staff, but we have already spent $300,000 as a city on this. We do have an advanced planning fund that I believe has roughly unencumbered funds of up to $2.2 million. So, you know, I think if we're really talking about this and doing it now, or doing it in this next 6 to 9 months, we should allocate some amount of funding, and I'll leave that to you to come back to council with a recommendation. Sorry, a lot of notes. Also wanted to add, so I would like Zach to really understand what other additional incentives, such as fee reductions, expedited permitting or grants, could be explored for Mills Act properties to encourage participation. I also want to say that I agree with the Planning Commission that we should evaluate every 10 years these Mills Act properties and also continue to audit for effectiveness. And the last thing I want to say is that I also agree with the Planning Commission. They talked about a plaque program. Initially, I was thinking maybe we could do a one-time special allocation for areas like Glazenwood or the downtown, but I actually think what would be better is if we model it after the Ching Lee Laundry. They have a plaque, so let's go find out, you know, what they did, how much it cost, and then maybe you come back to council with a recommendation. So those are my comments.
Thank you for those comments. Councilmember Newsom.
I have a few more questions before I move to comments, so I'll ask them and then pass along. This has already been talked a lot about, but I just want to kind of dive into it a little further, which is currently the suggestion is that we can get approximately 2 Mills Acts per year. How do we ensure that people with potentially historic properties, perhaps not the resources to maintain them, can qualify? If we, for example, have 3 or 4 Victorian homes, as I think former Councilmember Hedges pointed out, on North Delaware, once one qualifies, do we have any economies of scale? Or could a small cluster of 3 or 4 homes actually be considered a district, which would make the process more accessible or easier?
We could definitely explore all of those, and I think the number 2 is entirely council prerogative. So if you wanted to set that ceiling higher or not set a cap initially in review, I think all of those options are on the table depending on how you want to incentivize or encourage it.
So, I guess I'd like to know Rincon's experience. When other cities have done this type of thing, are we going to see a huge upsurge very quickly of the number of properties that would want to participate?
You may with people who are new homeowners, because they have the most to gain from it. Cities administer their programs all kinds of different ways, though. Some have application periods and they choose the best from the period. Some are competitive. Some are just open and they allow a lot of Mills contracts. Some communities have paused their programs. So there is a lot of flexibility on how you do it. You could start with 2 and choose to update the program later if you're seeing a lot of interest, or if you're not seeing a lot of interest, you can choose to make the thresholds different than we currently have outlined. So it's entirely up to how the city, how they want to design it.
Okay, thank you.
Through the mayor, staff has also made a recommendation on years when we do receive more than 2 applications for Mills Act projects or contracts that we develop a ranking priority. So we would consider preference for houses located in equity priority neighborhoods or lower income individuals.
Thank you. Similar vein, state and federally listed properties that already exists. How do we make sure that it is inexpensive for owners of state and federally recognized sites to be also recognized by the city?
The easiest way is in the application materials that we would allow them to rely on materials that they provided to the state or to National Park Service for those applications. So that would be the evidence of their eligibility, and they would just have to provide how that also applies to the San Mateo requirements.
Okay. And then moving into downtown for a minute. I know that we have protections already in place for downtown, but I'm curious, is there availability, for example, to maintain facades? My family have a cabin up in the Sierras, and there's entire blocks of old city towns really, where the facade is historic and it's maintained, but they build new hotels and buildings directly behind them. And when you walk down the street, you feel like you're in 1906, but when you walk into the building, you're in a new building. Have we considered that on some of our kind of maybe failing buildings that are historic in downtown San Mateo?
Yeah, so there are many ways to meet the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation. What you're describing, I think, would be seen as partial preservation, where you're keeping the front of a building and not maintaining the rest of the building. Some communities accept that as standards compliant, others don't. If that was the direction provided for your Historic Resources Commission, if a project like that were to come before them, then it is an acceptable route of preservation that's available.
And I know we have some buildings in downtown that are, for example, putting elevator shafts on the roof and things that are not in compliance. How do we make sure that there's teeth and enforcement for those types of situations?
I think part of it is recognizing, like in a case of, say, an elevator overrun, you have to give them enough flexibility so they can continue to use their building, meet minimum safety requirements, ingress, egress requirements, and it is a challenging balancing act. And I think also if there was direction provided to be more aggressive and say how we pursue that, we could definitely do it. We've always, as what articulated before, looked at what is the activity, what's going on, what's the best way to address an issue if there's scope creep or projects go beyond what their approved scope of work was. So we would model that after council direction.
Okay, thank you. That's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Diaz-Nash.
Thank you. What can you tell me about demolition? Because that was something a number of speakers and a number of emails have been concerned about. Are we providing the same level and breadth of protection in this draft ordinance as the previous one? How do we do it so that it's not too onerous, but that there's serious consideration before demolition is approved?
So the demolition requirements, that those are carried forward from our current ordinance, and they do align with our general plan, which does discourage them and look for alternatives as part of that. We don't see demolitions all that frequently, and I guess I would look
or maybe major renovations too. I mean, that's
And even there, I think the goal is really to avoid getting that level. How do you meet a property owner's objectives while ensuring that that resource is protected and maintained? But as was noted, there's different ways to get there to still meet their needs, ensure that they can have a structure that meets current requirements or whatever their objectives are with that ownership. But I think going to what's in the ordinance, it maintains the current level of protections that exist in our existing ordinance, and it is aligned with our policy in the general plan that speaks to how we discourage them and look for alternatives rather than before we approve any demolitions.
Okay, great. Let's see, in terms of, and I guess if we found in actual practice that wasn't the case, it would be, let's bring back, we want to make an amendment to the ordinance.
Definitely. I think if we always have the ability to review sections and oftentimes if there were demolitions, obviously this process would ensure that there's documentation, there's daylight, there's appeal processes. So there's different ways to ensure that there's robust discussion around a request like that before a final action's taken too.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. So I think one thing we haven't talked about is actually, and frankly, I didn't think about it when we talked about this before, so I think there's a lot we've learned since then. But right now in the ordinance, the only body or entity that can make a historic resource application is the owner of a property, correct?
That's correct.
So there is no opportunity right now for the city, for whatever reason, to make a historic resources application.
Not as currently drafted.
Right, and is it also the case that that's a very unusual thing, that most other cities that have a historic resource ordinance have some way, if the city identified a property, I mean, I think of the AP Giannini building, but I mean, there could be a lot of other things that for some reason.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
We gave a presentation, I think, at the beginning of this where we looked at comparative analysis of 36 cities that had similar characteristics to the city of San Mateo and looked at what their ordinances done. And there really is a variety of how they do designations. Some require strong owner consent, as we've drafted. Others allow for owners to nominate properties or for it to come from either city council or their historic resources commission to initiate nominations. And some communities allow nominations to come from anybody.
Okay, but there's no reason why you couldn't have the city have the ability to do a historic resource nomination along with owner consent and all the other things that we've already agreed we want to have going forward.
Well, if the nomination were coming from the city, then you extinguish the owner consent provision, unless you're suggesting that you could initiate it but still require them to consent.
Well, I guess I would be interested in how, in staff coming back and giving us some understanding, because there will be situations, and we may not even know them now, where if the city has no ability to do anything, even if it's narrowly crafted, then that just seems to me to, you want to provide flexibility in how you do a historic resources commission. This seems to be another area where I would think it'd be important to give the city the opportunity, and then we can maybe discuss what that opportunity means or how it would apply.
Definitely. So I think here, to your point, we do have some draft language if council is interested in including that provision. I think up until now, we've been aligning with the direction preceded, the focus on owner consent, but there's absolutely a path if council wants to include that provision. And so some draft language here kind of identifies how we could amend the procedures for designating a landmark to include nominations to come from the city council or the historic commission. And so I think the key is you would still have a public process. This would just be a nomination. This isn't you're done at one
right.
based on direction. So this would allow the city to get something in the door. So
right.
Obviously it wouldn't be that hard owner consent. There would be still owner notification. There would still be a process, but this would be how we would recommend if the city wanted to incorporate that, a way that you could do that. And so this would kind of have those two pathways for nominations and how that overlapped with owner consent.
Okay, that would be something I'd want to take a look at, but thank you for thinking about it ahead of time. So let me go back and see. So going back to the Planning Commission recommendations, essentially, you don't have to go back to whatever page because I'm going to get my eyes with the slides going so far. I'm supportive of all the Planning Commission recommendations, except for the one that says that we should vest all this ability in the Planning Commission now. I believe we should establish a Historic Resource Commission, and I'm fine with the 4-year because I think we need to take a look and see once it's been created, what have we created? And is just like once upon a time, the Sustainability Commission and the Public Works Commission merged into Sustainability and Infrastructure, and that very well may be the case after a certain point. But there's a lot to do here. So, and it's 4 years we're talking about. You didn't mention the term, but I'm assuming it's a 4-year term.
The commissioners would have 4-year terms. I think like any time, if you
right.
started, you'd probably have to do some staggering. So,
sure.
But we weren't necessarily saying the commission had a 4-year term.
No. But the individuals.
Yes.
Okay. So I think I've asked my 3 or 4 for this round, so I will pass it along.
If I may, through the mayor, It's 10:45. Should we extend the meeting to 11:30?
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I think at this time we could check in with council to get a sense on, I would frankly ask for longer than 11:30, given that we have items beyond this item.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
Mayor, I would actually ask us to bump the remaining items to another council meeting. I think that this is going to continue to be a robust conversation past 11:30. If my colleagues don't agree with me, that's just fine. But I would like to
have the TA here.
I would like to put that. I appreciate that, but we are having I don't know how late we want to stay here.
So what's the council's desire?
Okay. Yeah. Let's.
I would suggest we try and get through this and the 10192, and apologies to the last item. Maybe that could come to another.
Well, there's PCE and then there's also SB 707. So we can go ahead and look at.
I was talking about SB 707, right? But
Pushing
that's
that
just
one.
an internal.
I would even bump PCE.
We have someone from PCE here
Somebody
too.
here.
With all
It'd be a
due
quick
respect, I think PCE is on a certain timeline.
Yeah.
And I imagine it would be a
quick.
very quick item. Yeah.
I would be okay with extending the meeting until midnight and trying to get everything in with the exception of item 15.
I support that recommendation.
I see 3 nodding
Others.
heads.
Excellent. Thanks for the deliberation and.
Through the mayor, so
Yes.
under our new council rules, you have to actually vote now to do it. Previously, you didn't have to. So I think if I can get a motion to extend the meeting until
I
midnight.
make a motion to extend the meeting until midnight and take up all council items except for item 15.
I second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. City Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Certainly, Councilmember Newsom.
Yes.
Councilmember Diaz-Nash.
Yes.
Councilmember Svirko-Goditsky.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
And Mayor Lorraine.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, I think you may continue our conversation.
Awesome. Thank you to my colleagues for covering a lot of what I wanted to ask, so I appreciate it. As the representative of probably the part of town that has maybe most of the locations on the 89 survey, can I ask for specifically regarding the Mills Act? The update mentions prioritizing the Mills Act's contracts for equity priority neighborhoods. Can you clarify how this prioritization works if a high resource neighborhood and an equity neighborhood apply for the limited number of annual contracts at the same time?
So it would be up to 2. So I think we'd have to look at the total number, and I mean, if the cap stays at 2, there might be almost a lottery, or I think we would be open if council had specific direction, but probably a combination of a lottery, or we bring them all and maybe you're picking the 2 that you want to move forward with, or you could set a target objective of 2, but you could consider more under special circumstances. So it could. To start, I think the goal is if council supports giving opportunities for properties, maybe you have flexibility in that cap. So you could consider if the first few years, maybe there's more requests and you wanted to be open to those. So I think we could do it any number of ways. And our goal is to start to frame that, but wherever council wants to go, we can definitely work with that.
And then with regard to our Mills Act properties, whether they currently exist or might be appropriated as such in the future, is there any way that we can have a public benefit component to those, such as making them available for historic tours or school tours or something, like require those Mills Act owners to have a public benefit requirement as part of that? Can we mandate that?
We can. The original Mills Act legislation included a provision for public access that the state removed in 1987. So what we're proposing currently is to be aligned with state guidance that doesn't require public access. One of the recommendations from Planning Commission was to have something like what you're describing, including maybe even just having it be a property that is very visible from the public right away.
I would ask my colleagues to consider that as we move forward on this policy. And those are my questions. Thank you.
And doesn't the Planning Commission also recommend things like videos? And there was more to their with giving access. It wasn't just having it be visible, but there was more to it.
Yes, I think, and this is probably something where we maybe set parameters, and then this could be a work item for, because I think we'd want to look at it, look at options, look at examples, and come up with a program that makes the most sense, but isn't, you want to respect the privacy of a private property too, but how do you ensure there's appropriate public benefit or aligned with what council wants to see? So if there was parameters, I think that's definitely something we could explore and kind of figure out what are the best options there to meet that objective.
And also might be driven on what the circumstances of the property are.
Okay, I have a couple questions about the review required section that has been added to this draft. Could you, Zach, talk us through a little bit about like for the section A relating to eligible historic resources that are not designated. There's discussion in the language about needing to complete a planning application. So right now, review required A historic resource says no building permit that includes an exterior facade modification, etc., involving an individually eligible historic resource shall be issued until a planning application has been approved in accordance, etc. Can you just explain what sort of additional protection is afforded those type of resources over, say, a newer home that's trying to make that kind of alteration?
There would definitely be more focus on the scope of work, and if it's ultimately found to be an eligible historic resource, we might need to work with them and their historian or professional that prepared the report to make sure that your character defining features, so maybe it's windows, maybe it's key roof decorations or ornamentation or whatever it might be that makes that property historic. How is that project able to happen, meet their objectives, but avoid removal or impact to those elements? So it could really vary depending on, is it the front facade? Is it the whole house? Is it an event? So it's understanding what makes the property significant, and then how do you work to make sure that project can get achieved without impacting those elements. So that's the process we undertake now, and that's the discussion in the process as part of that planning application that is specific to an eligible historic resource.
But, okay. I guess I'm just thinking, like, if I owned a home that happened to be, let's say, 50 years old, right now, if I wanted to make this kind of alteration to my home, would it trigger a similar review?
Not off the bat. It would be a starting point. So we, as part of our planning review, would say, okay, this property is 55 years old, 60 years old. All right, you're above the threshold. We need to dig into this a little bit. Let's look at its construction. Is it a rancher? Are there elements that clearly differentiate? Say, no, there's nothing here that would push it into an eligible resource category. Keep on. This is where our screening criteria and our context statement are tools that the planner would use to kind of work through. And as I had noted, we had 100 planning applications over, say, a 3-year period. 28 required an HRE, and of the 28, 6 were ultimately eligible resources. So you kind of do that same winnowing down process. You start with the age, you start to look at their significance, then if you've got potential for that, then you're moving into preparation of an HRE, and then does the HRE ultimately say you are historic, or no, you're not eligible? So then it's really winnowing down to that very last group that if you are eligible, then you're working with them to maybe hone the project, or maybe they already have awareness and they've already designed it to where you're just confirming the project as proposed doesn't impact those historic elements or the resource.
I'd like to just add that the historic context statement, the guidance for assessing significance, also offers some additional information that city staff would be able to use to make those determinations, including integrity considerations, which has a pretty robust discussion on, in these situations, a property is not likely to be eligible. So it's another tool that's at the city's hands now to make those kinds of decisions.
Yeah, Councilmember Newsom, did you have a
I was just curious, is what you're describing currently in the draft of the ordinance?
Yes. The review required section facilitates that, and then we would use the tools that are coming from the context statement to implement.
Thank you.
Yeah, but just FYI, like this is a section that was added between the planning commission meeting and tonight. Okay. Let's see. Okay. So I do want to ask, I think we've heard from a number of folks via public comment and emails and so on, concern about this language applying to individually eligible historic resources, because if we have, a framework that's focused on owner consent for applying for and designating historic resources, it would seem, I think the claim is, I guess, like as a hypothetical, if someone were to commission a historic resources evaluation of a property, or perhaps a number of properties, and the conclusion of that evaluation were to be that these properties were eligible, I guess, or potentially eligible, then it might, without having, like, I guess if that evaluation were done without an owner's consent, right? If I have my 50-year-old home and somebody for some reason decides to commission an evaluation of my home and perhaps some others in the area, and that evaluation finds them to be potentially eligible under these guidelines, and then I want to make some sort of alteration of this nature to my home, and it would seem that I might now have potentially more restrictive review done to my home, given this eligibility that was bestowed upon my property without my consent. Is that correct?
It would be, I couldn't imagine a scenario where it would go down exactly like that, but because I think with the review required section it's saying no permit shall be issued. So we're not actively at that point seeking out properties to evaluate. This is saying if somebody is seeking a permit, we would be assessing their property as part of that review process. So they would have initiated the process. So this is consistent with the CEQA principle. I think what was fleshed out is in most cases, CEQA will require this level of review. You don't, as an owner, get to opt out of that CEQA review piece. So you would, whether you consent to it or not, we would still have to do that evaluation. We do now have some state legislation that allows that piece to not take place, that evaluation piece, if you're not listed. And so this review required was a way to say, we're going to keep the playing field equal. We're going to require the same of all properties that are in that initial boat of being older than 50 years. We'll go through that evaluation process. We were looking at CEQA as up until recently requiring that anyway. Now that's not always 100%. So that process, which is really initiated by an owner when they're looking to get a permit, as opposed to someone else seeking out, at that point, you're getting more into the designation territory than this review required section.
Okay.
Through the mayor.
Yeah.
Also, if there is like an HRE done by an outside party without the owner's consent, the owner can also do an HRE, and then we can evaluate like the validity of the original HRE that was not done by the owner. Just like surveys, like we would just like take a look at it.
Okay. Yeah, I do think I appreciated the answers because I do think I'm being reminded that there is still a distinction perhaps between those that are considered eligible in this case and those that are designated, right? Because it seems like the letter B, for example, if it's designated, then we get into the certificates of appropriateness and more of the protections that this ordinance is meant to confer upon historic resources that are in the inventory. Whereas it sounds like to me then that letter A is pretty similar to the type of review that would already happen under CEQA with properties that are 45 plus years old. Is that fair?
That's fair. And I think this ensures that there aren't any pathways where maybe you could get around it, saying, hey, everyone, if you hit that initial baseline, we will do this required review and potentially an HRE if it makes it that deep in the screening criteria.
Okay, thank you. I do appreciate that. Okay. I am happy to pass it back to anyone who has more questions at this time. Looking around, Councilmember Newsom.
Okay, so I'm just curious. Right now, in the way this is presented, does the city council approve the demolition of a historic resource if it is not listed as a historic asset?
Well, at that point, so you're saying if it's an eligible resource but not a listed resource.
Right.
I think we would need to understand what the proposed project is. Very likely that would require, well, it would have to, and demolition of any structure requires a special use permit. And you're generally looking at very narrow circumstances where that's done at the staff level, otherwise that's elevated up, and it always has the ability to be appealed to the city council. And I think that's an important point too, is with a planning application, there's always the ability to appeal a decision up to city council. So you may not be in the decision-making process automatically, but an appeal would always allow council to be involved.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have for now.
Anyone else? Looks like Councilmember Diaz-Nash may have some more. Yep.
Not to duplicate. So in terms of saying, okay, you've got the required review, but then we started to have a discussion about a pre-1910 or whatever staff would say the year is, saying that any building that before that date that wanted to do a major remodel or update would have to come and get an additional level of scrutiny.
I wouldn't say currently as proposed, there isn't a dividing line for an increased level of scrutiny pre or like before 1910.
Right, but if we wanted to do something like that, I mean, because as I understand it, what you're talking about, the required review is sort of going through and documenting it, but doesn't necessarily, at the end of the day, you can still say, okay, it's documented, but go ahead. Would there be some level, if we wanted, because there are very few buildings that are pre-1910, let's say in San Mateo, if we wanted to do some kind of special focus, extra protection or extra scrutiny maybe.
Would that be a pre-1910 structure that's identified as being eligible, or just any pre-1910 structure?
It could be eligible.
Because I think once it's identified as eligible, that's naturally going to then trigger an enhanced CEQA process, as well as that need where planning would then be working with them to avoid that impact. So I think the moment that once it's identified as an eligible resource, there is an enhanced level of review that goes into that project. And there are, in most cases, still CEQA ramifications if there's a significant impact.
Okay, so in terms of, so I guess I could say that any building let's say 1910, just because that's what we're talking about, that has been judged to be eligible historic, even if it isn't designated, it would have that additional evaluation.
Yes, but I think we're looking at all eligible resources. Right. We wouldn't be doing something more with a pre-1910 as opposed to anything that's over 50 years old and meets the criteria to be eligible.
Okay.
Through the mayor, what the council could consider is allowing building that was built before 1910 as a priority for the Mills Act. And so, you have all these other parties to look at, and you can just add that as a factor. That way that if a building was built prior to 1910, that might have more of a priority for Mills Act, in addition to priority equity communities.
Thank you. Okay, so I guess I'm finished with my major questions, but I think we want to sort of go through and have everybody comment on their priorities.
Yeah. That sounds good. I would be happy to do that. Do you have any more comments you wish to make, Councilmember Diaz-Nash? I know you noted a number of things.
No, I've got my comments and where I come down on all the various issues. But,
right.
Yeah.
Deputy Mayor, do you have anything else you'd like to add?
So at this point, we're doing like summaries, not like questions.
Yes, I think that sounds like where we are.
Okay. I am supportive of the version of this policy that came out of the Planning Commission. Owner consent is paramount for me. And I also believe that we should be obtaining owner consent or doing something incrementally to include the 89 locations from the assessment in 1989. I do believe that the owners should be included on that, and so I would be wholeheartedly against any proclamation resolution that just automatically involves those properties. Additionally, I am in support of establishing an HRC, a Historic Resource Commission, with the 4 years that Councilmember Diaz-Nash and Councilmember Swierko-Goditsky both liked, and including the youth commissioner. I apologize. It was late. It's really late, and I didn't have a great night last night. So I apologize if I'm feeling a little sticky here.
Doing great.
Thanks. And then I think I would be in favor of the fee waivers and other incentives for those. Those are ideas that came up, and I would be very wholeheartedly in favor of pursuing those. But for me, the paramount thing is making sure that the owners of these properties are on the journey with it when if and when they become quote unquote historic. So that's kind of paramount for me. For me, everything else kind of, we can talk those through, but those are the big things for me, where my support is and where my priorities are. So that's where I am.
Thank you. I believe we got a pretty thorough comments from Councilmember Swierko-Goditsky already.
Okay. Start off with the easy stuff. I agree with approving of the Historic Commission. Would love to see it installed in 3 to 9 months, including of 5 residents with the suggested qualifications, 2 youth commissioners. I would suggest that we look at historic commission structures, for example, in our neighboring city of Redwood City, and I'm sure Rincon can provide us other examples. I think as we reimagine our future San Mateo library, and there's less need for books because more things are online, I think we should look at having a wing of our library be considered a city museum or history wing. I think we should take some of the feedback from the Planning Commission to have videos of historic buildings and historic maps. I think that's all very important. It would be great to have a collection of San Mateo city history books, of which there's not a lot, but there are a couple, half a dozen or a dozen. I would like to see the 1989 inventory included in some way in this. Of the 124 now properties, I'd like us to come back with an idea of how many still exist. I think it's important that, we've spent a lot of time and money getting ready to pass a historic ordinance. And I think that as such, it's important that that ordinance has some teeth. And it shouldn't just be an expensive book report. It should be something that helps us and makes a pathway to preserve our historic assets in the city. That said, I recognize and understand the concept of owner consent. I do have concerns, however, that a developer could buy a house that was built in 1907 and still, without any need, and demo it. And so that's where I'm kind of conflicted with the owner consent piece. Not that I don't think that it's important, and I'd like to think that most of the time, if somebody has a 1916 Victorian house, that they're going to want to preserve it. But I have concerns about that, and I'm open to suggestions as how we address that. One of the things that we talked about earlier on was the idea of putting some sort of a rolling protection or additional protection in place for homes, and that could be homes from whatever date mark we come up with, whether it be 100 years or 1910. I would like those to have some additional protections so that they can't just arbitrarily be demoed without being reviewed by our historic commission. I'd also suggest that we do update what that goalpost is every 10 years. So in 10 years, we might come back and say, well, now we have a lot more homes that are 100 or 110 years old, so maybe they're not historic. And we reset that timeline or maintain that timeline to what we came to at this point. What other questions am I supposed to be answering?
I think you provided enough information for us to take that back.
Say there's one question that I would support that I'd appreciate my colleague's opinion on giving the city an ability, even if it's, I think the language that you put up earlier, to have the ability to do a nomination. I think that's very important. It seemed as if that was a fairly structured recommendation that you had, but that would be something.
Yep, I agree. And that's my feedback. Thank you.
Okay. So let's see. Okay.
Through the mayor, can I just ask some clarifying questions here? So just on the issue of allowing for a nomination, but without owner consent, is that what you're suggesting? What was on
I'm
the slide
looking at
earlier?
the language that Director Dahl put. Maybe you can bring that back up.
It is without owner consent.
Right. So the idea, the concept of the council or the HRC being able to nominate a resource for addition, there's more process to it. But the existing code, what we've discussed, I think at length at other council meetings, is the idea of owner consent. So that's what's in the ordinance.
But it says here that the application shall not be accepted without the written consent of the property owner.
If it's coming from
from the property
So
owner.
A is if it's coming from the property owner. B is if it's a city recommendation, meaning the council or HRC, in which case you would not have property owner consent there, which, so that seems somewhat at odds with kind of the conversation we've had up until this point. So I just want to be very clear about
I think
what
that's
this is
fair.
and what this isn't.
Yeah, that's fair. I guess that my question would be maybe to Rincon, are there other places that have dealt with this? Other cities that have owner consent requirements? But my basic concern is I don't want the city to be totally without some ability to nominate, not necessarily but just to get the ball rolling, to say we're part of the conversation.
Yeah, yes. There are many cities that have owner consent, but still allow nominations to be initiated by either City Council or the Historic Resources Commission. That's the language that we've provided in this draft. Because the nomination is coming from the city, it then continues through the process we've outlined in other sections of the ordinance. So you would be no longer requiring owner consent. It would be designated through the initiation of City Council. They would still be notified that the action was happening.
And there would still be a public hearing, and so the council could definitely
object,
consider the owner's position on it, but it wouldn't be that it's not moving forward if the consent isn't there.
Right. So I guess I would welcome the opinion of my fellow council members on this particular point, because I totally hear the issue, and it's a real issue, but I just don't want the city to be totally without the ability to get the ball rolling, I guess is so.
City Attorney.
So I don't want to I don't want to deliberate with you, but I just want to, that's not my role, but I just want to introduce another idea.
Please do.
So, in the other slide that was shown, there's this idea about if there are properties that are on the 89 survey, that there's a process to, there it is. There's a process where the council can nominate those properties. So it also does not involve owner consent, but it's narrower than what we saw in the prior slide. And I think, there's at least a policy argument. I'm taking my legal hat off here now for the moment. But, there's this idea that because these properties have been listed on this survey document since 1989, right, there's some degree, I think, of awareness that for the property owners that their property might be eligible to be on a local register or local inventory, as opposed to what we saw on the other slide, which is kind of breaking it wide open.
Yep.
So,
that's not my intent. Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, what's on the slide here is, I think, addresses some of the issues you were talking about with the 89 survey, wanting to make sure there was some level of protection, even apart from the review required section. And also, if you wanted to direct staff to expedite updating the survey, whether it's part of the blue sky or whether it's sooner, you could do that as part of your motion. But what I'm suggesting is this is a little narrower.
Absolutely.
And I would be concerned about kind of doing a 180.
And no, I'm not trying to do that. I'm just thinking about the city, and the city authority. So, but I think this is a good baseline, because I also believe that the structures from the 89 survey, the intent is there. So I believe that it should be carved out or included, and I think this language gets to that, so I think that's great. In terms of, at one point we were saying, gee, what are we going to do, because it's going to take 6 to 9 months to get the Historic Resource Commission up and running. Could we continue to expedite this particular section and things related to it and keep it at the council level until such time as the commission was up and running and it was trained? Because if it's going to take 6 to 9 months to get the commission up, it's probably another couple of months to train. And so we're already talking about a year delay. So is that an option?
That's an option.
Yeah, and we drafted that language with that thought in mind, because the noting that there was interest in moving quicker. And so this kind of outlines that more focused process that would bring it back to council to make that final action.
Okay, so that would be great. So is it your turn? Is it?
No, I was just going to lend my support that I agree with this idea of designating the 1989 survey.
So I'm seeing 3 nodding heads.
I agree with slide 43.
Is this slide 43?
I'm not sure I would go as far with the
other one.
And I agree with you.
Okay.
I don't either.
So there's council consensus or a majority for including slide 43 language.
Yes, I too would support this, but I would like to get some clarification from my colleagues. To me, I think this is an elegant way to address including properties from the 1989 survey instead of incorporating all the properties into our inventory before a survey has been updated. To me, I think what I appreciate about this idea is it offers something more strategic and surgical, i.e., as Councilmember Diaz-Nash was just mentioning, if we keep it at the council level and expedite some work with community development, perhaps Rincon, we could dig into the information we already have and start, considering properties that are like the most important to, like the VIPs in that survey, as opposed to pulling everything in and potentially, in my mind, setting poor precedents. Thoughts on that?
Whoops. I guess I would say that if we're talking about the 89 survey, would you say there were 133 structures probably? They're less than 200. So it's not a super large, and we could start, or we, not me, someone could start you could go do a Google search and say, here are 10 buildings that just don't exist anymore. I found 2 of them. A couple of people mentioned that tonight in their comments. So there are a lot that don't exist. There are probably several that are structurally not relevant. So to your point, Mayor, they're going to come out pretty fast. So my concern earlier was if it was going to take us years and years and years to do the survey, just like the first survey was done in 89 and now we're 2026, then I would have concerns. But if we're saying we want to sort of keep this moving, then I would agree with you.
I'm not sure. I think here's my perspective, and let's see if these dots connect. Because in my mind, I would agree with you to some extent. There are some properties that, from a Google Maps search, can clearly be taken out, perhaps. I would think, though, that there are also many properties on here that would not pass a Google Maps test, and we would have to determine through some research whether they maintain a certain amount of integrity that was found in 1989 to make it considered significant. So, that process would take quite a bit of time, probably about as much time as updating the survey, potentially. And to my mind, I think what I got from the editorial in the Daily Journal as an option was this idea that some properties, I think, are more well known as being kind of from a different era. And, I think there's been a bit of discussion on the dais about trying to focus on some of maybe the most important properties that might be on this list, but are not yet on the inventory. To me, I think we may have different perspectives. There's one potential approach of pulling it all in and sorting it out as we go. And my thought would be, with that other language, we could instead avoid pulling in a lot of properties that might be in need of significant review, and instead maybe get going on focusing on the most important looking seeming properties and get those in the inventory sooner rather than later and go from there.
And I would certainly agree we'd have to prioritize. And in the process, we'd figure out which are the ones that don't exist, which are the ones, whatever. We're doing. Okay. Okay, sorry, I don't want to interrupt the conversation.
So just really quickly, I counted 3, if not more than 3, to include slide 43. How the sausage is made, we can come back.
Right. Okay.
I know we're kind of going back and forth just overall of how we go about the survey and updating it. That can be brought back at a later date. Does that work? I don't know. The mayor's looking at me like.
So I think I feel like we have. I am fine with what was noted with regard to council consensus on slide 43. Mm-hmm. I was trying to indicate that maybe we don't also there's a separate question of incorporating all the properties from the survey into the historic resource inventory.
And that's a whole nother process.
That's a whole nother process.
That's separate and apart from this. And that's a whole different initiative as we've been talking about how we scope that out and how we approach that. That would be a whole nother meeting to have this dialogue and discussion about how you want to approach that.
So what does that mean? Can you put that slide 43 back up?
Slide 43 basically says that the city can initiate conducting this, updating the survey from 1989 without owner consent for these properties.
Okay, but then the question becomes when?
That's the discussion. It's either, I let you know, this is it's your guys' time.
So I think what I heard is Councilmember Newsom, myself, Councilmember Nash are comfortable designating the 1989 survey as part of the historic resources inventory. And then what I had suggested was that Zach, because there's going to be a cost to this, and his team come back to us with what is that cost likely going to be? And maybe this is a blue sky item that someone brings forward, or it's possible that we can accomplish this in less than 9 months and it can be done much more quickly.
To the mayor, can I interject to clarify a point? So I think that's it's not quite accurate, but it's close. So think about property owner consent. Talked about it extensively. So what's on the slide right now is an alternative to the property owner consent process. The ordinance creates a framework. The proposed historic preservation ordinance is all about creating a framework for future action on individual properties or future districts. So with that in mind, property owner consent is the primary method of designating resources and including them in the inventory. This would be an alternative method where property owner consent is not required for properties listed on the 89 survey. So this is part of the puzzle. Another part is asking staff, if you want to do so, to update the 89 survey, which could be a short process or a longer process depending on the extent of that update. And then also separate and apart from that is how do you actually implement this? How does implementation work? Which is, I think, part of that would be, I think, explored by staff as it goes through the process of updating the 89 survey, if that's the council direction. I'm going to look to our community development director to add to that. Or
yeah, I think that's the important point. Is this wouldn't be doing any designating, but it would provide a path for council to do that. And then if you wanted to provide direction to staff to move forward with, I mean, because you could do a couple properties, you could look at all the properties in the 89 survey. That is the part that we would need to then scope for you and come back and say, it's going to cost this much, it'll take this amount of time. And we're not predetermining anything because we don't know exactly how many of those properties, all of them, 90%, how many of them are still eligible. And so that's where the work would need to come in. Once that work is done and you have that information, then you could consider designation. And obviously, as part of that, there would be owner notification. And then we'd need to publish the meeting accordingly.
Right, and I would recommend going forward and looking at all of them. And then you find out, if you look at all of them, that these are no longer there, these are not, they don't qualify, but just not nominating 3 out of the 89 survey.
So you're looking for just an update of the 89 survey in totality?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I want to
go ahead,
if I may, if the mayor, I want to be crystal clear about something that our community development director just mentioned. So there is no designating of properties on the 89 survey tonight. That's not on the agenda. The council can't do that. Now, so this is creating a framework for updating the survey, and as I mentioned before. But you're not adding those properties to the inventory tonight. It's creating like a foundation, a framework for future action.
I agree, and I would want all the properties on the survey to be included in the update. That would be my opinion. And then we can talk about time, and you'd have to come back and tell us what that meant.
Okay, I think with the clarification from the city attorney, I would support as well the idea of what I feel like was noted in the Planning Commission recommendation, which was to explore updating the current survey. And frankly, I would just add on to that, including this language to allow for the city council to nominate properties following a update of the survey and a subsequent discussion on details related to be discussed later.
So just real quickly, just question on timing. How quickly do you want to get to this? Do you want to wait till the blue sky, or did you want us to deprioritize our downtown initiative and start working on this? I guess that's a council question.
My question would be, is there anything we can do to preserve or protect the buildings until such time that the survey can be complete. So if for example, we say, look, this is going to take 3 years because we can't make it a quick priority.
We have to get this done in order to be able to do exactly what you're asking for. You'd have to conduct the survey and determine what you want to designate and get it on the inventory in order to protect it.
Well, also keep in mind,
You still have the HRE though. There might be some buildings though that might fall under state law that might not have that preservation.
So think of it this way. The existing ordinance and this proposed ordinance, they have kind of a similar review process in place for properties that are, I'll just say potentially eligible for, say, the California Register. You wouldn't be able to demolish those properties today without doing an evaluation, going through a process, through a planning application, perhaps getting a special use permit. I think our community development director mentioned before. That's the process today. And then under the proposed ordinance, you'd still have to go through a review process to alter and certainly demolish eligible resources. So I know to Councilmember Newsom's question, whether a property is on the 89 survey or not, there's a review process in place today, and there would also be one if this proposed ordinance is adopted.
Okay, thank you.
I'm in favor, sorry, Mr. Mayor. Please. I would be in favor of Blue Sky, moving this to Blue Sky. I don't think that there are any projects right now that I'd be willing to deprioritize for this.
Looking for others' input?
When you say blue sky, it could be 1 year, it could be 5 years, it could be 10 years. And I don't think we can wait 10 years to do this work. So that's my difficulty. So I'd be interested in other people's opinion.
Yeah, I agree. I wouldn't want to wait that long. If we're waiting a year and a half, that'd be one thing. But there's no guarantee that if we put as a blue sky item next January that it gets done by the following January. So that's my concern as well.
Yeah, I guess to me that was why something like this language was appealing, because it seemed to me like rather than consider updating the entire survey at once, we might be able to maybe look at certain properties on the survey in a more expedited manner. Yeah, I guess, frankly, I find myself probably in the blue sky category on this.
Zach, do you think that your team would be able to get this done before the end of the year, realistically, to review all the properties?
I wouldn't want to make that commitment. I think we'd have to assess it, look at what's going into it, and that's feasible. So we could try, but I couldn't make any promises without rolling up our sleeves and really scoping this out a bit more first.
I'd also just say that there's probably a community engagement portion when you're letting the owners know, and you might get pushback from some of the owners as well. So you got to take that into consideration too. But that's your guys's,
Well, what I would say to my council colleagues on this is kind of the reason we're in this mess with the 89 survey, and it is a mess, is because the council back then didn't finish the work. And so if we, also punt it to blue sky, and I totally appreciate that we have a ton of priorities and initiatives, then we run the same risk of it keeps getting punted, and then it becomes a future council's problem. And don't we want to be proactive? We're already here. We've already invested the money. So to me, I would say we should try to finish this year so we have clear direction from this council going forward.
So I'd say what I'm hearing then from a majority of the council is we can move forward. I don't know if we'd be able to get it done this year, but this process would begin this year.
Thank you.
The process would begin. So that's the direct. So what I've heard is you guys all agree on slide 43, want to get going on the process. So we'll bring back a scope and have a further dialogue with the council about what to include. for the survey update for the 1989 survey. Additionally, I'm just trying to wrap because I'm kind of getting kind of what I'm hearing just overall. So I hear support for the Historical Resources Commission, 5 members, 2 youth, update, basically broaden out just some of the backgrounds, preferences, so to speak, that Councilmember Swerko-Goditsky brought up. So include that as well.
Can people nod their heads or thumbs up so we can get affirmative
I'm
direction?
trying to just kind of hit direction.
Thank you.
Yes, I see a majority giving direction on that as well. And then just on Mills Act, we'd have to come back separately just on more information of what fee waivers would look like and the number of properties.
And I would ask that we look at the other end, enforcement and penalties
Yes,
as well.
the enforcement and
incentives.
penalties too.
Sorry, I'm all into move slow to move fast. So I saw Nicole, Lisa, and I shake our heads.
Nod our heads.
Nod our heads. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Next one.
Yes, yes.
What else you got for us, Alex?
There's the context statement.
Yeah, it's just do you guys agree
Yes.
with moving forward with
great
the context statement?
Yes, and I would just point out that it is a living document. We've already gotten a couple of
Okay, here's the
suggestions. So let's, first, yeah.
So I guess the one question would be, does council want to direct staff to use some of the contingency to move forward on the 2 recommendations from Planning Commission about adding the additional maps and graphics and additional biographic information?
Yes.
I'm seeing 3.
And I would also say, as we are able to, and it may not be this year, but part of what we said we wanted to do with the context statement was include groups, not just buildings and people. But like the Japanese community in San Mateo has been very influential. The African American community in San Mateo has been very influential, including their history as a group, I think is.
Yeah, each period has a section that is designated to discussing the ethnic communities that were either came to San Mateo at that time or had like very productive things happen at that time, and that's carried throughout the document. So it has a pretty robust discussion of all the groups that came to San Mateo.
Let's see. Go ahead.
I'm just waiting. Can we go down the list of what you have?
We pretty much have the direction that we.
Okay.
There's all the Planning Commission recommendations that we
Well-
haven't talked about.
Well, not all. I don't know if we had agreement on all of them.
It was just HRC, I
talked
thought.
about them all. That's what I'm
Okay.
saying.
So do we need to go through them one at a time
Yes.
and nod or raise our hands or whatever?
I think so. We need to be very clear about the direction here.
Yeah, maybe if we followed a structured process involving a mayor who facilitated the meeting, we might have an opportunity to do that.
Fair point.
Point taken.
So, I mean, I think that's right. And we could potentially just go down the line and nod our heads. So why don't we do that?
Excuse me, I apologize, but I would like this to be on the record, so I would appreciate if people said yes or no to these items, because I don't want there to be any confusion about what's being drafted, redrafted, etc.
Well, sure. I mean, I think generally when getting direction, having the majority is sufficient. I don't know if we have to. I mean, I guess to your point, just making sure that we have the 3 out of 5 or not. Does that satisfy? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, great. I mean, I think people were giving comments such as I agree with all the Planning Commission recommendations except for 1 or 2. So we were kind of on our way there, but we could reset, I suppose.
I think it would be helpful to just make it clear which recommendations are being approved by the council, which aren't, because it was it wasn't completely clear earlier. So I think if you just want to quickly go down, it's up to the mayor though how you want to proceed.
Yeah, well, I think that's fine. Why don't we try that? So, I mean, I'm just gonna pause for a minute because I felt like I had plenty of other things I was interested in saying related to this broader topic that I might have liked to, but we had a number of questions and so on that went in a bunch of different directions, and but I think we can get this out of the way maybe. So let's just go ahead. And so I mean, frankly, I'll just start by saying I agree with all of these. Does anyone not agree? Or let's just go down the line. Councilmember Spirko-Goditsky.
Okay, so not number 7, which is right. We're going to create a historic resources commission, and then I am not clear on the penalties for violation. You know, I don't know if I want to punish residents when we're implementing a new process.
Go ahead.
So I don't know if this is helpful or not, but we have in the past handful of years had someone who was renovating a house destroy the facade that they were supposed to preserve. And so we didn't have a penalty that could maybe, I would say, adequately compensate for that destruction. If you think about our administrative citations, it's $100 for the first violation day 1, $200 for that violation day 2, and then $500 for every day thereafter, and it compounds. But when you have something that is destroyed all at one time, it's done. So you're talking about day 1, $100 for the administrative citation, and if they pay it, I don't know, and maybe there's multiple violations because maybe it violates more than one code section, but that is what the penalty would be. So it's a one-time, maybe multiple penalties or multiple violations, but it would be a one-time infraction. So you would be assessing it one time. It's not compounding day after day after day because they're only violating the code the one time that the destruction occurs. So that's the thing that maybe I would consider when thinking about what the penalty would be for something that happens only one time. It's not like hoarding or leaving your trash can out or overgrowing your weeds where we're going out there multiple times. It's one and done.
Just through the mayor, I think this is probably a topic that merits more evaluation, and staff would need to look at what our current code provides for examples of ordinances that are more robust, and then how that could potentially be rolled in. So if there's council interest in strengthening, we would need to do more research and then come back to you, similar as with the Mills Act. That would probably be the most effective way if there's interest in pursuing this.
May I add something through the mayor?
Sure.
So keep in mind the remedy that administrative citations is not the only remedy available. Yes, it's 100, 200, then 500, and then you can each and every day of a violation of the code is a separate violation, can be citable. But there's also other remedies. You can order a work stoppage, for example, under the proposed ordinance. I mean, there's other more robust remedies, like you could go out and get an injunction, or you could apply for an injunction if you wanted to. That's something that usually doesn't happen, but the usual variety of code enforcement remedies that are applicable to most any code violation would also be applicable to violations of the historic preservation ordinance. So it's not just fining somebody like $100 like once. There's other possibilities. But I would agree with the community development director. What's being proposed here in terms of remedies, it's sort of tried and true, and to change those penalties would require, I think, some further research.
Yes, Councilmember Newsom.
Thank you, through the mayor. So could we say, for example, like my take is I support 1 through 6 But before I commit to 4, I'd want us to come back for further information.
Yes.
Okay. It sounds like we have agreement on that. It sounds to me almost like we were taking that explore word and maybe putting it at the very beginning.
Sure.
Yes.
Yes.
Very good.
So can I get back to just to clarify and through the mayor? So 1 through 6, no to 7, explore 4.
Correct.
Can I hear you guys all on the microphone?
Yes.
Yes.
Although I just want to be on the record in saying I would have appreciated more consideration for the Planning Commission, given that as being the body, given that they had a strong meeting that I think many of us got a lot out of. And I just want to make another small point, which is when we're talking about funding for this survey, there's going to be some funding that we're going to need to put toward making a new commission, and that could have gone toward this survey.
Just as a point of clarification, because the mayor brings up a good point, when I say Historic Resource Commission, I do mean it as a limited time body of 4 years. So after 4 years, we revisit. Does this go back to planning, or do we still need a historic commission? Or we merge it. Great idea.
I just saw 5 nodding heads on the limited term of 4 years and a reconsider.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
So
if we're going to go that route.
Can I ask a question? So do you want the ordinance itself to expire after 4 years, or do you want the staff to just come back to the council, say, do you still want this commission to continue?
I would say come back.
Come back.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that sounds
Okay.
right to me.
Yeah. Not expire, just come back for review.
Ditto.
Okay, so I think what we have with this slide then is 1 through 6, not 7, explore 4, as the city manager said. I just wanted to get in a little context, but I think we're ready to move on.
I see 5 nodding heads to that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, very good. We can go down the line on this. Go ahead, Councilmember Spierko-Guditsky.
For historic context statement, yes to number 2. I'm okay with number 1.
Yeah, I support both 1 and 2.
Yes for both 1 and 2.
Yep, I think I would also be a yes for both 1 and 2.
You've got 5.
So I have agreement from the full council, move forward with historic context statement as it states on the screen for 1 and 2.
Correct.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Got direction on that. Mills Act program.
I guess my thought would be, I would love, if Director Dahl is saying some of these may be too much for the early years, I would be happy going. I think they're all good, but if we need to grow the program before it makes sense, I'd be happy to defer to your opinion on that.
If you wanted to provide us direction to explore all 3 of these, and then we'll be coming back anyways to flesh out a couple of these, the other time,
Yeah.
we could then come back and provide a little bit more analysis on what it would take, and if you're still interested.
That would be yes for me.
I would be happy to, I would actually be fine with deprioritizing number 2 if it seems like that's the brunt of the work that you would be doing in this section.
I would agree. Yeah.
I would agree as well.
Me too.
Me 5.
So
right.
we, through the mayor, just to confirm for the record,
Yeah.
what I'm hearing is agreement on the Mills Act program section that is on the screen right now that staff will continue to explore 1, 2, and 3.
Actually, what I think we just changed is we're really just interested in 1 and 3.
Okay. So 1 and 3, no to 2.
Okay.
All right.
All right. I think we can
And
move.
just, sorry, on the Mills Act program, let's go back one forward there, thank you. So are you envisioning making changes to that resolution now, or just coming back with a revised resolution? Coming back. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, we're 10 minutes away from midnight. Do we need to extend the meeting further?
Yes. Thank you. I suppose at this point we can maybe ask for another half hour because I feel like we may not need it all. We're getting through this, but we do have.
How about
12:30? Yeah. That's what I meant. Sorry. Till 12:30.
Yes.
Do I have a motion?
Second.
All right. We have a motion and a second. City Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Certainly. Councilmember Diaz-Nash?
Yes.
Councilmember Svirko-Goditsky?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Fernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Lorraine?
Yes.
Councilmember Newsom?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And
Slide.
yes, there we go. Okay.
Can I ask Mayor a question?
Sure.
Where did we come out, or did we come out on anything about saying any structure that's pre-1910 go through an additional review? Did we come to any yes or no?
I'm not sure that we did.
Okay. And maybe could I suggest that since we're all wanting to protect these, but we're not quite sure how, that we could ask staff and Rincon to come back with what that might look like that would be meaningful?
I mean, that could be part of what we report back on where that line would be or what that scope would be. But
What that would mean. Would that would work for me.
Okay, so that's like a number 7.
So through the mayor, we had the slide 43 language in there. And, in terms of what you were suggesting for, I'm sorry, like, can you,
The 1910.
for the 1910 throreshold. So I didn't hear like a council consensus on that
Right,
issue.
that's what we were just talking about.
Okay.
Right. So that what I was saying was that we should ask the Director Dahl and his team to come back with a recommendation as to how would we apply this. What would be the year? What additional protection could there be? But the idea would be that you wanted to put some additional protection on buildings before a certain time. And you said you could come back with how that might work.
So I guess, and there's still an open question of the specific direction on the, it sounds like moving forward with the update to the 89 survey.
Yes.
As part of that, if we had a second age threshold beyond the 50, 100, 1910, whatever. So you're asking for a report back on what that might look like.
What that might look like, yes.
We can do that.
But that's different than what is in slide 43.
Yes,
Slide
that
43
is
is specifically.
Correct.
So it would be bringing something back to the council at a later date to to figure out what's an appropriate threshold for
Correct.
additional protections, what that would look like. Would it be incorporated into ordinance? This is go explore that topic. It's completely different from what was on slide 43.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
But it's important to note. I didn't want it to get lost.
Through the mayor, if I may comment on this.
Yes.
I think, Lisa, what I'm having a hard time with 1910 and beyond is
Before,
the 1989, there's precedent, right? Based on the documentation, like the survey was funded by the council as part of the general plan revision. Like this is in documents, right? So there's a real precedent that this is something the city had explored, wanted to do. There's also this other piece where several community members across many districts have advocated and pushed for consent. So if we open that up beyond, 1910, 100 years, how does that go hand in hand with the consent
I'm not saying
piece?
this is not, I don't really think this has a whole lot to do with consent, because consent would be, do I want to have my property listed or evaluated? This is just saying, as part of the standard, at least in my head, as part of the standard, what do I have to do if I want to do a remodel on a building that was created in 1890? Is there anything additional, an additional layer of review that you should go through? Not saying it may not be designated historic, it may not be designated anything, maybe it's eligible, who knows? But that because of the fact that it is 100 and whatever years old, that we should take a look. Now, we may, depending on what staff comes back with, they could come back and say, you know what, this is 150 years old, but it really is not worthy of anything. It's old to the point we don't want to say just because it's old, it's not historic. But because it is old, does it deserve an additional look when there is a major renovation or a demolition?
So you're talking about exclusively for major renovation,
major
or
renovations or
demolition,
demolition, yes.
anything older than
Whatever the appropriate.
whatever the appropriate.
We've been talking about something like over. I was just saying 1910, but because it seemed to make sense after the earthquake as a date, but.
Through the mayor, we can explore the topic and come back. I mean, I think generally there isn't precedent for a age-specific threshold beyond the initial qualifier, but we can look at that and report back if there's a majority of council interest in looking at that.
So in the interest, I'm going to interject a little and say, given that, I think based on what I've heard, I don't know that I am interested in this extra particular study, and would just ask others if they are interested.
Nope.
I guess I keep coming back to this, the editorial of like, how do we protect something that's older than 100 years old? And, you know, until we have structure in place to determine whether it's historic or not. That's what I'm still struggling with. Like,
So through the mayor,
yeah,
there still is a HRE that has to be conducted.
And I mean, if there's direction to proceed with updating the 1989 survey, I think that's getting to that overarching point as well. So through some of the other actions and with the updated ordinance that is before you this evening.
But the 1989 survey doesn't cover every building that's older than 1910 in the city.
No, it doesn't. But I think what I might note on this is that if we're going to be expediting work on this survey, we're going to have our hands full for a little while. And so to me, I think that adding another thing to that list might be a lot at this time. And I think, yeah, I think that's something we could consider after we begin the expedited work, in my opinion.
yeah, I guess what I'm hearing is that if a building was that old and it was going to be demoed, it's going to be coming in front of us to some degree. It's going to be brought to our attention. So I guess with that, I'd be okay.
Okay with what, the extra study or not having the extra study?
For waiting on the extra study. Not saying we're not going to do it, but not yet. I don't know.
Okay.
If that's where I'm.
Yep.
So that's a no.
That's a not right now.
Not right now. Okay, not right now.
And with that, maybe we can return our attention to the items on the list.
Through the mayor, could I see if I can summarize what I heard the council say, and then you can sort of correct what I'm about to explain. So it's what's on the screen right now, and then also incorporating slide 43 as indicated, although perhaps that should say consider the adoption of a resolution to add something to the inventory, because I think it says right now, it just says adopt. Correct. If you go to shall hold a public hearing to adopt a resolution, did you want to say consider or adopt, approve, or disapprove?
Yeah, I think instead of, on the third line, shall hold a public hearing to consider.
Yes.
Makes sense,
Okay.
because that way it's not
Right. That's why.
predisposing the outcome.
Right, exactly. That was my point.
Okay.
Okay,
Yes.
so turning back to the other slide, the recommendation slide.
It stops at midnight. Good night.
Anyway, that's better.
Okay, so it's at slide 43 with the word consider. Also, with respect to the 89 survey, council direction as part of the motion to do our best to get that done as quickly as possible, which may or may not happen before the end of the year, but at least initiate that process before the end of the year. And then also with respect to item 2, to add 2 youth commissioners, and I think similar to language you already have in the municipal code, for example, with respect to the Parks Commission. And then also with direction, not part of the ordinance, but like direction to staff to bring this ordinance back to the council in 4 years to evaluate whether or not you want this commission to continue. And then with respect to the Mills Act, even though you would be adopting a resolution here under item 4, you would be asking staff to bring back a resolution to update this to consider should there be a reevaluation every 10 years, to consider fee waivers and explore other enforcement and penalty options, I think, or perhaps a community development director.
My point of clarification, do you want to adopt the Mills Act program as drafted and then direction to bring back those additional items, or hold off on updating the program until we work through those items, I guess would be the...
You could do either one. I was suggesting the former to just update it now, but it's...
That's what I'm...
Okay, so it would be updating now, bringing that item back to amend the update the Mills Act program again with those items. And then moving on...
Except for number 2. We struck that one.
Correct. Yeah, for the additional planning commission. Yes.
Yep.
Under Mills Act, we're going with 1 and 3, not 2.
Right. I was referring not to. I'm going to get to that. That's under the planning commission recommendations, and then under the PC recommendations, you had a slide that said PC recommendations 1 through 7, and a majority of the council said, or I think all the council said, yes to 1 and 6, no to 7, explore number 4.
Yes, through 1 through 6.
Yes, no, that's right.
It says 1 and 6.
1 through 6. 1 through 6. 1 to 6. It's the same thing. Okay, and then for the historic context statement under the PC recommendation, it's a yes to 1 and 2. Thank you. There we go. And then the Mills Act program 1 and 3, but not number 2. And
correct. There's one other piece, and these were 2 additional recommendations. They weren't in the draft, but these were recent ones in response to public comments received. And so we would ask, does council support incorporating these 2 revisions into the ordinance?
Okay, no, thank you. That's an important clarification. It's with those changes as well, in addition to everything I just mentioned. Sorry, it's a bit of a complicated motion, but I think that captures everything that the council was saying.
Yes, I mean, I would say I'll just start by saying I can support these additional recommendations and ask around. I see a nodding head. Okay, very good.
Is the motion clear for the council?
Yes. No, can you say it all over again?
Rob.
I make a motion. No?
There's one. Can we go back to the planning slide again? Sorry. Just one more time. Okay. That's why I said that. Well, the plaque program is in there. That's why I paused.
Okay. I believe, it sounds like it is clear, and I'm hearing a motion from Councilmember Newsom to adopt as the city attorney just described.
I second.
And before I call for the roll call vote, I do just want to make a quick clarification on my end, because we were talking a little bit about how much to expedite the updating of the survey. And I think at some point I found myself in the blue sky section, if you will, thinking we could postpone it. And I do agree with what we've agreed as a council to expedite it beyond a blue sky item. And I just look forward to the next steps to learn what that entails. but just wanted to make that clear. And with that, City Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Certainly. Councilmember Newsom?
Yes.
Councilmember Svirko-Gaditsky?
Yes.
Councilmember Diaz-Nash?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Fernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Lorraine?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, I thank everybody for their patience as we went through a lengthy, complex item with lots of public comment, lots of questions, lots of new language to consider. And but we got through it. So thank you. And now we will move on to the next item. Which is item number 13. US 101, State Route 92, direct connector status update.
Thank you both very much.
With esteemed guests from the San Mateo County Transportation Authority.
If I may, through the mayor, it's 12:06. Could we extend the meeting till 12:45? Just to be sure we can get through it.
Do I have a motion for this?
Second.
Do I have a motion for this?
I motion.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second for extending to 12:45. City Clerk, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Svirko-Gaditsky?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Fernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Diaz-Nash?
Yes.
Mayor Lorraine?
Yes.
Councilmember Newsom?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Well, good evening. While the PowerPoint's being brought up, just introduce myself. I'm Jessica Manzi. I'm the Director of Project Delivery with the San Mateo County Transportation Authority. Thank you for having us this morning. I appreciate your stamina in continuing this meeting, and we will do everything we can to make this as expeditious as possible.
And we could say the same thing about you.
So it's been roughly a year since we were back in front of you and the community to give you an update on this project. At that time, we heard a lot of concerns about the project and its potential impacts. And so we've been working really hard over the past year to make sure that we and the technical team are doing everything we can to respond to those concerns. So tonight we have an update for you on the status of the project and some important new information and information on next steps. So with that, I'll hand it over to our project manager for the project, Carolyn Mamaradlo.
Good morning, council members, and thank you for having me here tonight. Listed on this slide are the items that we're going to cover in this presentation, and what we're looking for from the council are really any general comments on the current status, as well as feedback on how we engage with the community about what's proposed for this project, specifically at the Hillsdale interchange. So starting off with an overview, what is this project and why are we doing it? The project is a prioritized regional improvement funded by voter-approved measures to address longstanding congestion at the 101-92 interchange and the result of a 2016 planning study by the project partners. And we're proposing a new flyover connection between the 101 express lanes and State Route 92, similar to what you see out there today at 101-85 in Mountain View. And this aims to achieve better reliability, more carpooling and transit use, and increased travel options. So we're still very early in the overall project schedule. The current environmental evaluation phase, shown in blue here, is just the beginning of the process and intended to inform whether we advance into design and construction. The most important milestone in this current phase is the public circulation of the draft environmental document, which is on track for next spring 2027. After receiving public comments and considering the technical analysis in that document, a preferred or no-build alternative will be selected by fall 2027, which all gets recorded in the final environmental document by summer 2028. So I won't dig into each one of these, but one of the biggest concerns raised that we've been working really hard towards is providing more opportunities for public participation. To date, we've led a number of engagement efforts, which are listed on this slide. And this slide summarizes some of the key concerns raised by the council and community members to date. Early on, many were alarmed by potential property impacts, which we've been working very hard to clear up since last year. Based on the current analysis, we now clearly know that no houses or parks will be needed for this project, and that 2 of the 4 alternatives remain within Caltrans property. And I'll cover this in greater detail shortly. Another concern I'll highlight here is in response to concerns regarding congestion relief, as well as merging and weaving on the freeway, particularly on northbound 101 near the 92 interchange. We are now evaluating potential ramp changes at Hillsdale within this environmental document, and that I'll talk about on slides ahead. Oh, sure. Thanks. So illustrated here is a summary of the current property needs for each of the project alternatives. Again, none of the alternatives require acquisition of houses or parks, and the no build and alternative 3 don't require any additional property beyond Caltrans property. The other 2, build alternatives 1 and 2, would require space that is mostly within an existing utility easement, and that's the space between the freeway sound wall and residential backyard fences, as well as linear space along the edge of residential yards for 2 properties along Norton Street. So we're still working with Caltrans to ensure that the non-standard design features that allow us to use less space are approved. Many of these features are what's out there today, but we're still waiting for Caltrans to give us that thumbs up. We're also looking more closely at how we can reconfigure the drainage within the remaining utility easement, which I'll go into more detail on the next slide. So this is a closer view of that existing utility easement I mentioned along northbound 101 at the Kehoe interchange, marked in orange. And this easement has an approximately 27-foot wide drainage ditch currently within it. With the direct connector, the freeway sound wall is going to move easterly, leaving about 16 to 21 feet of remaining space for that drainage ditch. And a new underground box culvert would ensure we maintain proper drainage capacity. We're also coordinating with the city's engineering staff on future opportunities to upgrade the system consistent with plans in the draft storm drain master plan. So one of the other ways that we're addressing public concerns brings us to the Hillsdale ramps at northbound 101. Public concerns have been raised over the years about the short weaving distances and all the friction happening at Hillsdale on northbound 101. And it's been something we've committed to assessing design solutions for as part of this project. So beyond just the freeway congestion issues, we also see that this is a safety issue with a high incidence of crashes clustering on this segment of 101. And we see traffic spilling onto local streets with about 15% of traffic from 101 exiting Hillsdale and getting back on 92. So while previous design concepts for the Hillsdale ramps were eliminated because of either significant right-of-way impacts and high costs that were not supported by the city, this new concept avoids those concerns and entails reconfiguring the loop on-ramp and removing the diagonal on-ramp to increase the length of the auxiliary lane. With that extended auxiliary lane, people have more time to merge and weave safely, reducing the likelihood of crashes on 101. This also leads to a substantial reduction in freeway congestion, as shown on this graph, that turns from mostly red-orange on the left to much more green on the right, indicating 45% faster speeds, shorter peaks, and shorter queues on northbound 101. And with that removal of the free right turns for those existing on-ramps, people walking and biking also face fewer conflicts and safer conditions. But nothing here is a done deal. We're going to continue to assess this concept and take a closer look at how this affects traffic for the local intersections and how it performs in tandem with the direct connector. If advanced, the Hillsdale ramp elements could be phased to move forward separately from the bigger direct connector project and vice versa. And while the Hillsdale ramp improvements are closely tied to addressing that freeway congestion, this won't address all the other ways that people move through Hillsdale. So a separate, more comprehensive study would be needed for the city to evaluate ways to further improve Hillsdale traffic operations, multimodal connectivity, and safety. To bring awareness to this part of the Direct Connector project, our proposed outreach strategy summarized here on this slide for the council's feedback. We're scheduled to launch targeted outreach later this year, starting with an initial scoping period. By early next year, the team would then return to share technical findings and gather public feedback that would inform selection of the preferred alternative by late 2027. And our approach for this includes updating our collateral, making announcements through our newsletter and social media, all to drive attendance for in-person activities in convenient locations near the Hillsdale interchange. And our outreach will prioritize the people most directly affected, including the residents and businesses adjacent to Hillsdale, people who walk and bike Hillsdale, and the commuters who drive these ramps every day. So we'll continue working on the technical analysis and ongoing outreach, aiming for this fall to do targeted outreach for the proposed Hillsdale ramp changes, and we plan to be back before the City Council early next year. And finally, while this project and the proposed ramp changes for Hillsdale are focused on addressing the freeway congestion, it's not a silver bullet and really part of a bigger solution. So later this month, on May 18th, you'll hear from our SMCTA colleagues about broader plans as part of the 101 Corridor Connect strategy, which would have opportunities to advance other projects in the area for 101 and Hillsdale. So with that, I'll open it back to the mayor for questions.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation. Before I ask council members for questions, I'd like to open public comment on this item. So if anyone is still in the room would like to give a public comment, there's at least one. Let's go. Please turn in your request to speak slip to the city clerk. If you're remote, please use your raise your hand function, and I'll ask the city clerk to please tally those interested.
Mayor Lorraine, we've received 3 requests to speak on this item. No requests in our virtual environment, 3 in chambers. We will begin with Kevin Simpson, followed by Rich Hedges and Drew.
Council, thanks for this late opportunity to continue to weigh in. I won't start until you give me the clock. Thank you. I don't want to take up more time than I'm allowed to. I don't know why we're still here talking about this. The number one thing we could do to improve the lives of everybody on either end of this bridge, and everybody up and down 101, and everybody in San Francisco, and everybody in Silicon Valley, is to put transit on 92 across the bay. And we're not doing anything about that. Instead, we're coming up with what looks like a Brezhnev-era Soviet plan to put private lanes for the convenience of East Bay commuters to get up to San Francisco or get down to Silicon Valley. We should be incenting people to get on buses at the Caltrain station in San Mateo, or the BART stations on the East Bay to get to get to and from those two stations, and then get on buses to get over the bridge. This is a ridiculous, disruptive, inequitable, inefficient, and dangerous project for us to continue. And I don't know why we're still here talking about this. I think it was Jackie Spear who said this seems to be on autopilot, although there isn't a good business case, there isn't a good effectiveness case, and there isn't really a good sanity case for us to even be thinking about this. To put one more lane in each direction to connect people who can afford to pay for it, or whose employers, well-heeled corporations, can pay them to take the limousine lanes. The amount of disruption for this project to our community, the danger that will result from all the cars trying to get around these things, is unconscionable and absolutely unacceptable. And I don't know why we're here talking about this. And yet we are. It just keeps coming back like a vampire. And I think that we need to make it very clear that this community does not want this project. And what we want to see is effective transit across the bridge, which will help our transit services like BART and Caltrain, which will help the people of San Francisco, which will help the people of the East Bay, which will help all the people who have to live around this proposed project. So please, for the love of God, somebody put a stake in this.
Thank you. Our next two speakers will be Rich Hedges, followed by Drew.
Thank you. Mine's going to be pretty short. I actually thought we'd have a wider presentation, but I'll ask the question anyway, because it's the second half that I expected to be here tonight. I have not been able to get any information on where the flyover from you going south on 101 over to 92 will land on 92. Does anybody have any idea where that's going to land? Because it's an important question.
Thank you, Rich. I imagine we can bring that back to staff. Did you have anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with this project now that we're not eliminating 33 houses. But I do want to make a comment out of someone who rode the bus to the East Bay 5 to 6 times a month. And it was called the M Bus. It was run by AC Transit, and I'd say not too well. I actually filed a complaint against a driver and was ready to go to a hearing with him when he confessed that he didn't show up at a stop. So I will tell you that myself and Marshall Loring were almost the only ones on the bus in the morning. It went right to Hayward BART. There's only one way you're going to get these projects to work, and that's you've got to grab a Visa and Gilead and these other big corporations who are running buses to actually buy transit passes and give them to their people, and for our transit companies to have coaches. It's a long trip through a lot of turns, throwing you around. It's not a comfortable ride. So I love transit. I don't mind buses, but they've got to service the people that want to take them. Once in a while, there would be somebody coming from the East Bay that worked in Bridgepoint, maybe 3 times in the years I rode it. So you got to advertise it. You've got to get the major companies to use it. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker in this item will be Drew.
Hello there. It's been a few years maybe since I've been here. Life has gotten in the way, but it's good to be back, though it's a little late. So I am here for a couple reasons. One, we voted several times for a couple measures to improve the interchange, and that's all good. And we also, though, voted to me, in part of that was the weave patterns, Hillsdale to 92, not just a direct connector. This isn't an anti-direct connector comment. There's pros and cons, but I think dealing with the weave, that space between 92 and Hillsdale, northbound, possibly southbound as well in the morning, That I do not like drive. Now, this is a personal thing. It's just like, it's hairy getting through those weave patterns. And so the measures we've passed, I think the average citizen, that's part of why they voted, improve the interchange. So it's just, as part of this project, I'm very happy to see that those weaves are starting to be looked at, because again, the weaves don't need to be fixed via the direct connector. What has to happen is whatever's happening with the direct connector doesn't prevent a fix happening later. How that happens, because we're not going to take out rows of houses to try to fix these weaves. We need to have a plan that deals with both of that. And then when they happen in the sequence, that all can be worked out and stuff. So I really appreciate the presentation talking about that's being looked at and stuff, because I think that's a great thing. And I look forward to corridor, maybe the Hillsdale 101 being studied some more as part of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and apologies. Our final speaker in this item will be Jordan Grimes. Jordan, please unmute your mic.
Good morning, Council. Apologies, 12:15 a.m. was my threshold, at least for in person. I want to echo the comments that Kevin Simpson made. It is somewhat mind-boggling to me that we are still doing this, that we are still doing projects like this. This feels like something out of the 1950s to me that, like, we know doesn't work. Yes, there are road designs that are better than what we currently have now. Will they meaningfully alleviate congestion? No. The fact is that this is a problem of geometry. You have too many cars in too small a space. The only way to deal with that meaningfully is to create the transit access and opportunity that we all know we need. This doesn't do nearly enough of that. Instead, it doubles down on the failed policies of yesteryear to solve congestion, and won't do it. We know that, quite frankly, the express lanes are not doing it. We know that freeway widening and expansion is not going to solve this problem. So I know that we're probably tilting at windmills at this point. But I do feel the need to say for the record that our investment would be much better spent focusing on increasing capacity through public transit rather than yet another freeway boondoggle. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Lorraine. That concludes public comment.
Thank you. And do we have any questions from council members? I see council members.
Yes. So first, I want to thank the Transportation Authority for being here and for continuing to provide updates on the project. I also want to acknowledge the increased effort around community outreach, door-to-door engagement, office hours at Apple Fritter, and more consistent communication. I think the community has seen that on the east side, so that is progress and that is much appreciated. That said, my chief concern about how some of this information is being shared is that it's still very much dependent on future approvals. So we've heard, the feedback that no homes or parks will be taken, and that impacts are minimal. But as I understand it, many of those outcomes rely on Caltrans ultimately approving key design assumptions and exceptions, as well as final right-of-way determinations. And so how confident should the council be that this scenario will hold through decision making?
Yeah, we're very confident that we're not going to be in a situation where we're removing or impacting houses and parks.
Okay. Again, would still like to see something from Caltrans.
Yes. So we'll have. Unfortunately, the process with Caltrans is it's very prescriptive, and it's typically a pretty nailed down black box until we get to the environmental document. So this will be all very clearly detailed in the environmental document when that's released for public comment.
Okay. And then I just want you to know and be aware, and I'm happy to send those emails, but there were several constituent outreach today, not just from the east side of the freeway, but residents in the Fiesta Gardens neighborhood on the other side, particularly Portsmouth Way, that still remain concerned We also received several questions regarding eminent domain, congestion reduction, environmental, particularly air and noise pollution, financial impacts, particularly a lot of these express lanes are financed by local businesses. And so how much are those businesses contributing to the express lanes? Given the additional structures for noise, congestion, and air pollution, how much should nearby homeowners expect? We also received questions about the net benefit for equity priority areas like the Parkside Shoreview area. And will these express lanes provide benefit for residents? And then just additional safety. So I know you guys are doing a lot of good work, but I still think there's these big buckets where people have questions and would like more clarity. For sake of time, I did just also want to follow up about the Hillsdale interchange. I have 3 questions, so I'm just going to pose them, and then I know we're limited on time, so we can go back around. But so most important, why are the Hillsdale interchange improvements being bundled into the 10192 Direct Connect project instead of being evaluated and potentially advanced as a standalone project? If the Hillsdale improvements, this is number 2, if the Hillsdale improvements provide local congestion relief, what analysis has been done to determine whether those could be delivered faster or at a lower cost independent of the 10192 proposal? And then if we were to pick the no build option on the 10192 direct connector, could we still do the Hillsdale improvements? And I think for me, I just want to make sure that, the Hillsdale interchange has come up for over 30 years. And so I just want to make sure the community is not being asked to accept one in order to receive the other. And so would just like more clarity around those future funding investment opportunities. Thank you.
Which one?
Happy to respond. There's a lot in there, but I guess the crux of it is we included it in the 101 direct connector because it addresses the purpose and need of the project, which is to increase safety and improve mobility through the 10192 interchange. So a lot of the delays that happen, particularly on northbound 101, is due to San Mateo and Foster City residents that are getting onto northbound 101, while you have people who are already on 101 trying to get off. So that crossing patterns contribute to crashes and delays in that location. And we thought so it addresses the purpose and need of the direct connector project, and there's potential economies of scale by combining them. That doesn't mean that they have to be done together. As Carolyn mentioned, we could be phasing the improvements and just doing the Hillsdale modifications and then following with 10192 direct connector separately. You could do one without the other. There are a lot of different ways to actually implement it, but we want to do all of the studying now to understand where we get the most benefit and the associated cost with that.
So I think if you were going to go back out, thank you for that clarification. If you're going to go back out to the community, because I saw that was a question, is, that would be something to ask. Is I think we heard from one person today specifically about, hey, this is a really, tricky area to weave through traffic. And I actually agree. Should that be phased in first? Should that go on its own? I just think we really need to examine that traffic area in particular with the residents.
Thank you. Councilmember Newsom.
Thank you. Through the mayor. Our former council member, who I guess is left, asked us, where is the flyover south on 101 landing? Could we get an answer to that?
So I think the most appropriate answer is that we're still deciding where exactly that's going to be. So it's one of the refinements that we're working on the design. So there's no specific answer yet.
Okay. So I've made the commute across the east to the East Bay for 35 years of my career, and unfortunately, in 4 months, I get to start doing it again every day. I'm not a big fan of these express lanes. They're pay to play more. They're used more for pay to play than people that have 3 people to a vehicle, and I'm also concerned that there doesn't seem to be a lot of oversight on the pricing. The pricing seems to be set, and it's surge pricing. So to go 1/8 of a mile might cost $6. I don't know. I guess I'm kind of curious. How is it that to raise rates crossing a bridge and having bridge tolls, we have to go through a bridge toll authority, but these express lanes don't seem to have any oversight or parameters as to what the tolls can be?
Would you like me to go? So, I mean, we can spend a lot of time talking about the algorithms that are used to do it, but most fundamentally, the reason why express lanes can be a useful tool for managing congestion is that specifically because it adjusts the price when it's most congested. So when there are a lot of people using the freeway, the price goes up in an effort to get fewer people to use it so that the traffic still flows. And so without having that price to manage how many people are using it, you don't have the ability to deliver on the travel time savings and reliability that express lanes do offer. And we didn't go into more detail on the express lanes, but we've recently completed, or the Express Lanes Joint Powers Authority recently completed a preliminary evaluation of the express lanes and show pretty positive findings on the performance of those. A presentation was made to both the TA board as well as the Express Lanes board if people want to watch that presentation and see what the preliminary findings are with regard to the performance of the express lanes.
Thank you. I will look at that. Thank you. And then my last question is, do we find mathematically or scientifically that having express lanes as opposed to just an additional lane are actually reducing traffic? And why I ask that is because there are no express lanes on the 92. So these 4 express lanes basically just seem like less than 1/8 of a mile extension onto putting you at the front of the line when you get on the 92. So I'm kind of curious, is there any proof to the fact that this is alleviating congestion as opposed to just a pay-to-play model to get to the front of the line?
So that's what the technical studies are doing right now. So we're developing a series of different models to look specifically at that.
Thank you. And it's already been brought up about Fiesta Gardens neighborhood. I would love to get more information when you have it about that. The other thing that is happening in the west side of this is my district. The Hillsdale Inn is cited for a big redevelopment, and there's a lot of concerns with the south on-ramp from Hillsdale onto 101 South. There's a culvert there that floods pretty significantly when we get rains, and actually on the inner side, meaning that where the property is for Hillsdale Inn, there's a definite amount of concern for the amount of flooding that occurs there, and the drainage has some challenges. So I hope that whatever moves forward with this, that we are making sure we are addressing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Okay. I just wanted to confirm.
Apologies through the mayor. It's 12:40. Do we need to extend the meeting?
Yes. How about 1 o'clock?
Yes. I motion for 1 a.m.
I'll second.
City Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Svirko-Goditsky?
Yes.
Councilmember Newsom?
Yes.
Councilmember Diaz-Nash?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Fernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Lorraine?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Okay. So, to be quick, just confirming, I think I saw in the presentation that the environmental report may be available in, was it early 2027? And will that include some of the data related to congestion findings on this project, direct connector, Great. And would you be willing and able to come back after that point to share an update? Great. Thank you. And thank you for this. Did you have a question on your slide related to people to reach out to or something related to Hillsdale you wanted to share back?
Yeah, if there's feedback on our proposed outreach strategy for Hillsdale ramp changes, we would love to hear your suggestions.
Great. I think we heard from council members Firko-Guditsky and Newsom, the Fiesta Gardens neighborhood, people near, I imagine the San Mateo Village, of course. Were there any other suggestions or thoughts related to that?
I mean, there is so much traffic, especially in the evenings, that you could honestly put one of those big freeway signs up with some kind of place for people to go comment about their challenges, because you're literally at a standstill in the afternoon. I also think it would be interesting. There's a senior living home, and then there's the Marina Plaza and the gas station, actually talking to those businesses about some of the congestion that they experience. And then on the other side, there's like the Whole Foods, the Kaiser, talking to those guys about, I think it's less of an issue on that side, but more on the other. And then in Adams District, there are different neighborhood groups, so it could be worthwhile to connect with them, as well as the
Fiesta Gardens
the
and
village.
the village.
Yeah.
And I can help you with those comments.
That's a good call. I think the Beresford Hillsdale Neighborhood Association would be interested in being involved. So thank you for that shout out. I mean, frankly, I think there's something to be said about what we heard from some public commenters, sort of maybe at least tangentially, in that those who use 92 and 101 in the area. So if we have major employers in the general vicinity that might have employees driving through here or otherwise, they might be good contacts to consider in as well. I mean, that's I think what I've got. I'll just say, as someone who bikes up Hillsdale regularly to Foster City now, I'm looking forward to anything that might improve the experience for all. And thank you for sticking with us late into this morning. And with that, I think we'll move on to the next item of business.
Through the mayor, I thought we punted the.
Well, we have one more, Peninsula Clean Energy name
Just a proper,
change.
please.
Oh, got it.
Yes.
We punted 15.
Correct. We did. But we have one more, and Mark has been so gracious to stick with us.
Thank you, Mark.
Item 14, Peninsula Clean Energy name change to Westlight Energy Ordinance introduction.
Well,
good morning.
It seems like just yesterday, Peninsula Clean Energy CEO Sean Marshall spoke to this council. And yes, I have a few others, but in the interest of the hour, I'm happy to pass. I'll be happy to take any questions you may have about our change of name, but I think Sean covered most of it in her presentation earlier.
Excellent. Thank you. I'd like to open public comment for this, just in case there are any.
Mayor Lorraine, there's no request to speak on this item.
Very good. And I'll close public comment and ask if anyone has any questions or comments.
I motion. Second. To approve.
City Clerk, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Certainly. Councilmember Firko-Guditsky?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Fernandez?
Yes. Councilmember
Diaz-Nash?
Yes.
Mayor Lorraine?
Yes.
Councilmember Newsom?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Westlight.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark.
The power of we.
The power of we.
Power with purpose and the power of we. Okay. We can now ask if anyone has any reports and announcements and committee updates. You can be forgiven for postponing, but
I know it's late. It is. But, and I know there's nobody here, but I do just want to say a huge thank you to resident Max Mautner. So last weekend, we had a ribbon cutting for the 3rd Avenue and Norfolk intersection, and Max actually organized 2 separate bike rides to the intersection to really celebrate the accomplishment of the new infrastructure. And should be very proud of that and very grateful that a resident actually took that initiative on. He brought a podium and like scissors, and really did like a professional level job. And so I just really want to thank him on behalf of the council. There were other residents who did help organize and volunteer. I know Mayor Lorraine was there as well, but I just want to say thank you for that.
I second that. Thank you for sharing that. Councilmember Newsom?
Thanks, Max. I'm sure he's going to watch the recording. Thanks, Max. He will. No, I know he will. That's what I'm saying. Thanks, Max. I am not going to go into all this because I have way too many things, but suffice to say, the last 2 weeks, I've been involved with the County Department of Emergency Management. I have quite a bit that I can report out about that. I also got to sit in on the training that was done by FEMA, which was a great exercise to be prepared for future events. And I also was in on a fire board meeting. So I'm going to table it though, because it's way more information, but I am appreciative for all of the training and all of the information I've been given.
Excellent. Thank you. I'm really looking forward to hearing those next time.
Okay. 2 things. Number 1, thank you to Parks and Rec. I assume that's who did it. In Central Park, we now have view portals that have been cut out at kids' heights so that they can actually go up to the wall and watch the construction that's going on. And that was just absolutely wonderful. So I assume that was Parks and Rec, or was it Public Works?
No, it's our Parks and Rec team, and we'll be promoting that via social media this week.
Yeah, that's so great. That's so wonderful. And then number 2, I think, if I can keep my head on straight, I am going to be going to the Board of Supervisors meeting tomorrow morning because the county executive is bringing back a contract for the Mahler Road property, and it's really being positioned now as a center for many San Mateo County nonprofits. Horizon might be one, the Pride Center might be one. There's no specific, but they've really decided to concentrate on bringing nonprofits in. And I will be, as an individual council member, be saying that I support this. And I would love to have, once again, the informal support of my council members to say, on behalf of council, we support this.
So I would like to abstain this time, and I think individual council members can certainly do as Councilmember Diaz-Nash is doing, going to the meeting and or giving public comment as an individual in support if they so desire or otherwise.
I echo Mayor Lorraine at this time.
I support it. I also support it from a DUI diversion program. I hope they consider bringing that back as well.
Oh, yeah.
I support it as well.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything?
Yeah, I'm just gonna roll super quick. I've been a part of a couple of big meetings or like things recently, including Cal Cities. The Cal Cities Summit happened 2 weeks ago, so it was really great to be in community with other Peninsula leaders and learn more about what we're doing statewide. And then I just want to thank the council for being supportive of me and Martin, and a bunch of us are going to Kentucky to visit the 101st Airborne on Wednesday. And also just want to, so we'll be there through Saturday. And I also just want to do a shout out for the Memorial Day event at the end of the month, our first annual Memorial Day event. Thank you to the team for pulling that together, and I'm very excited to be a part of it.
Can I jump in there? Sorry. On the Memorial Day event, so the city is hosting in the park, but after that, there will also be a packing day for the troops. So thank you, Martin, for coordinating that. And I hope, yes, at the Elks Lodge, I hope you can all attend again.
Just to clarify, we won't be at the Elks Lodge. We'll be
just kidding.
at the Recreation Center at Central Park.
At the Recreation Center at Central Park.
Excellent. Very good. I'll just briefly note that, I had the opportunity to attend a PCE board meeting. We heard, I felt it. I don't think I need it because I got it. But a lot of great events lately. I've had the pleasure of attending. I want to shout out the cadets from the police department and PAL. I saw them 4 times in the last, 10 days. I saw them at the Earth Day cleanup. I saw them at the 25th Avenue business event for pre-Mother's Day. I saw them at Central Park for the Asian Pacific Islander Heritage Festival, and something else that's escaping me. But my goodness, a lot of folks working overtime, and really shout out to Parks and Rec and the youth activities. Boba Day, they were at Boba Day, so my goodness. Okay. Wonderful folks, and just the amount of time they're putting in for all our events, in addition to Parks and Rec staff and other amazing people, is to be commended. And finally, I do want to make sure we adjourn tonight in memory of Nancy McGee. So Nancy, of course, served as San Mateo County Superintendent of Schools from 2018 to just recently here in 2026, dedicating more than 3 decades to public education as a teacher, administrator, and leader. I know a lot of folks in the area gave some comments here, there, and everywhere, and there was an article in the paper. Nancy was known for her compassion, her steady leadership, and her unwavering belief that every student deserves access to opportunity. Her impact across San Mateo County will be felt for generations. On behalf of the City Council, we extend our deepest condolences to her family, colleagues, and all those whose lives she touched. This meeting will be adjourned in her memory, and we can have perhaps a moment of silence. Thank you. And with that, we are adjourned.